Madam President, are you ready for me to call roll?
Yes.
Trish Bodie,
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez de Lucia,
Here.
Alexis Grimes,
Here.
Sade Fashalpun,
Here.
Aaron Johnson,
Here.
Christine Maurer,
Here.
Anna Smith.
Here. All right, it is 6:19, and with a quorum of the board present, I now declare our April 7th Leander ISD board meeting to order. We will go ahead and proceed down the first item on our agenda, which is our opening ceremony. And before we stand for our pledge, I would like to recognize who's going to be giving our pledge or leading us in our pledge this evening. And I'm pulling up my script so I don't miss any of the fabulous details about our cadet who's here to speak this evening. Cadet Seaman Sedanam Azamete of the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC at Vista Ridge High School will lead us this evening in our Pledge of Allegiance and Texas Pledge. Cadet Azamete is a sophomore and second-year cadet. He is an active member of the Lone Star Company's physical fitness and marksmanship teams and earned a first-place state award in this year's National Cyber Patriot Competition. He is a graduate of the Navy JRCC Basic Leadership Training course and takes pride in serving the community as a volunteer at Veterans Memorial Park and local Adopt a Road cleanups. Cadet Azamete recently earned designation as Cadet of the Month for his demonstrated loyalty, reliability, patriotism, and exceptional performance of duty during the month of February. Cadet Azamete's performance and dedication reflect most favorably on the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC, his school, and his district. Well done, Cadet Azamete. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, one state under God, indivisible.
If you would join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
All right, board members, we'll be going on to the next item of our agenda. I love that we started off our evening hearing from Cadet Azamete, and now we get to hear from more of the students in our district. We're going to move to our Spotlight on Learning. Winkley Elementary is here to spotlight their learning for us this evening.
One LISD community. My name is Davina Stringer, and I have the privilege of serving as the Winkley Elementary principal. Our vision at Winkley is to empower master learners as purpose-rich leaders with curiosity and courage for our intercultural world. It's a really big vision. And thank goodness I get the great pleasure of introducing Anissa Montez, who is our Winkley Student Council Spirit Leader. And Anissa is going to moderate our showcase this evening and talk to you about how our master learners and innovators are making our Winkley vision come to life. Anissa?
Thank you. Hey y'all, I'm Anissa Motis, and I am a 5th grade student here at Winkley Elementary. Tonight I will be moderating this board meeting, as Dr. Stringer just said, and I'd like to introduce some of our administrators. Mr. Norris, our assistant principal of Winkley, and Ms. Kasberg, our counselor. Okay. We're also joined by some of our master innovators, Mrs. Murphy and Mrs. Reed, to include universal design for learning guidelines that teachers use in classrooms. You have the UDL guidelines if you would like to follow along. How about we kick off the evening with a mindful and calm headspace? Here at Winkley, we use mindful strategies to help stay focused in learning and resolve conflict. My friends Emma and Hannah will demonstrate that for us.
Thanks, Anissa. The first step of brain train is mindful breathing. Deep breathing can help us regulate our nervous systems. I'm going to use the ball to practice our breathing. If you don't have a ball, you can use your hands. When the ball opens, breathe deeply through your nose, and when the ball closes, breathe out through your mouth, exhaling all of your breath. Let's breathe in and out. One more time. Breathing in and breathing out.
Thank you for moderating tonight, Anissa. Now we're going to do a mindfulness mantra. The mantra is a great way to have power over your negative thoughts. The mantra is mindfulness begins with me. You're going to start with your pointer fingers and end in your pinky fingers. You will say the mantra once out loud, once in a whisper, and once in your head. Try it with me now.
Mindfulness begins with me. Now we are going to do some stretching. Stretching helps us stretch our spine. If you are already in a chair, bend down to your feet for a few seconds. After a couple of seconds, we are going to sit up and zip up our spine. And zip up your spine.
Lastly, mindful listening is focusing our attention on the sound of the bell to calm our bodies and minds. When you hear the bell ring, focus on the sound. When you hear the sound stop, raise your hands. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you, Emma and Hannah. I know I feel much more relaxed sitting here now. This practice not only helped us feel more comfortable while we're standing and sitting here, but also supports several universal design for learning checkpoints, including 3.3 and 7.3. We know that some aspects of a typical classroom can be distracting and even threatening to some learners. But by creating a space where we remove the barriers of threats and distractions, we are allowing all learners to be more fully engaged to access their instruction.
I'm already feeling more calm and centered. Now I'll turn it over to Olivia, one of our co-presidents, and talk about the student leadership opportunities at Winkley.
Thank you, Anissa. I am Olivia Bullard. And let me find. Thank you, mindfulness student leaders. Student Council at Winkley Elementary plays a vital role in hearing student voices through elected class representatives. We provide opportunities to share ideas and give all students practice in democracy in action. Student Council planned a Buddy Day on February 22nd, 2022.
This buddy day gave our incredible teachers time to plan for our learning while students were engaged in connection through participating in the student council's organized and planned activities. Matthew's idea of paper airplane throwing contest was a favorite among the students. Thanks, Olivia. Oh gosh. Thanks, Olivia. The Leander ISD graduate profile has been woven into project-based learning and digital portfolios in the 5th grade. Last week, we completed our Level 5 cardboard arcade, and throughout the year, we have been working on creating our digital portfolios to carry on with us to 6th grade. I'm going to lay out the arcade planning process. The arcade not only gave us the choice to choose who we were working with, but also gave us, The arcade not only gave us the choice of which people to work with, but also what game we made and what its rules went along with the game. Our game was a cardboard ring toss named Loop It. All Winkley learners visited the cardboard arcade and played the games, including our special program. We collected data on wins and losses, and our game had 147 wins. This arcade also served as our business fair, and we earned $2,100, which we used for a field trip and soon to be our end-of-year party. 5th grade has also been complying resources during every 6 weeks to include our digital portfolio. This portfolio will be an incredible tool of reflection as we move forward into 6th grade. Not only can we view our evidence of learning in the portfolio itself, but we can also express how the evidence of learning ties into the graduate profile indicator. Take it away, Collins, for our digital portfolio explanation.
Hi, my name is Collins Maxwell. These digital portfolio help us to organize our past work to show what we've learned. It's really fun to put together. It's also really cool how you learn new technology, like putting links into the portfolio. I've used the portfolio to explore my passion projects. I've done 2 so far, one on miniature dachshunds and one on kayaking. I'm proud of myself for how much I've learned at Winkley, and having this portfolio is a way I can look back and celebrate my learning.
Wow, those projects are fantastic, Anissa and Collins. Learning experiences like the digital portfolios and the cardboard arcade provide a gold mine of options for recruiting interest, which is Guideline 7 in the Universal Design for Learning framework. And Winkley teachers allow students to create products that showcase their personal strengths and their unique backgrounds. They also gave students opportunities to show those products to a real audience of their peers and their community. And by doing that, it made the learning experience valuable and authentic.
I don't know about y'all, but Winkley Wolverines love reading and engaging in book clubs. I'm going to invite 4th graders, Jackson, Kaylin, Myra, Daniel, and Miles, to talk about the way that student voice and choice can shine in student-led book clubs. These students will also share with you how small group math has been a game changer in their mathematics learning this year.
Thank you. In our book clubs, we have choices at every step of the process. We select a book with our teammates and work through a book club guide that is customizable for each book club.
We are assigned roles and chapters, and we meet each week to share our understanding of the book and present our roles to our teammates. At the end of the book club cycle, we choose a final product to showcase our learning and understanding.
Here's our project from our last book club.
So let's see. Over here we have the summary. It says that Leander and Dune are 2 best friends that got separated after an argument. Let's see. One day, a box opens, but Lena's sister chews up the paper that was in the box. Lena shown Dune the paper, and after a while, Dune and Lena thought it was a puzzle to get out of Ember through the pipeworks. They did not know that at first, though. But then they had eventually
made it out with Poppy and found a hole in a mountain, or out of a hole in a mountain. They both went inside and found their city. June wrapped a message in his shirt and threw it down into the cave to their city. Will they be alone? Will anyone find the message? And find out by reading the next book.
Small group math stations make me feel very included because I know that everyone at the table will help me if I have a question.
So it helps me feel more confident having small group instruction. And going back to book clubs, some of the book club roles are the word wizard, the discussion leader, the chief connector, super summarizer, a character analyst, setting analyst, artful artist, and plot expert. And some of their final product ideas are movie trailer, the brochure, poster, an alternative ending, book talk, a newscast, a drama, and a quiz that you can make.
Wow, all those choices you all get during book clubs are amazing. This goes along with the UDL checkpoint 6.4 and 8.3. And when you choose your final product, that shows how this has been designed with UDL checkpoint 5.1 in mind. I also know that during math small group time, students are given choice about math stations, as well as setting personal and academic goals and reflecting on their own progress. Giving the students choice in their work and a voice of setting their own goals is not only powerful, but also aligns with UDL checkpoint 6.4.
At Winkley, we have over a dozen student-led clubs on campus. We have a recycling club, a girls club, a run club, a history club, a gardening club, and a no-bake club, just to name a few. Today we will showcase our Uniquely Me Club, which has been made possible through a partnership with Unified Champion Schools. Uniquely Me Club is all about making connections. Riley is here to share what Uniquely Me Club has meant for her and her friends.
I get to do fun activities and meet new friends at Uniquely Me Club. At our last meeting, we made self-portraits and talked about how we are all different. We all look different, and we all learn different and think differently too. Here's my self-portrait. My friend Reagan couldn't come tonight, but she did a really great job with hers too. None of us knew that she wanted to have purple and blue hair before this activity. It's fun to make new friends and learn more about them.
Thank you, Riley, for being a compassionate community contributor. The clubs that we have offered this year follow UDL checkpoint 7.2. The students have provided the club ideas that have enticed them to be involved in activities that are relevant and valuable to their personal interests and goals. The student voice has resulted in increased engagement, increased confidence, and goal-directed participation. Uniquely Me Club exists to bring students with and without disabilities together to nurture friendship through fun. It's one way that we're fostering collaboration and community, which is checkpoint 8.3, while also giving students explicit instruction and scaffolded support to acquire social skills, build empathy, and understanding. And that all ties into UDL Guideline 3. In all of the ways that we incorporate the Universal Design for Learning framework, and we give students options in the what, why, and how of their learning, we are seeing our Winkley vision come to life. These amazing students who you have listened to tonight and all of our Winkley Wolverines are empowered master learners and innovators. They are purpose-rich leaders. They are courageous and curious in our intercultural world.
We thank you for having us out tonight to spotlight the incredible things going on at Winkley Elementary. Fairness is Leander ISD ethical principle for April. And at Winkley, we believe that fairness does not mean everybody should get the same exact thing. Fairness means that everyone should get what they need to be successful. Think of the platinum rule to support the definition of fairness. Treat others the way they need to be treated. Thank you for everything you do to help all of us in Leander ISD and get what we need to be successful.
Go ahead, Winkley students, come on in so we can see y'all. Winkley students, that is fabulous. Y'all did amazing. Staff, y'all did good too. But students, y'all did amazing. We're going to give us a few minutes to get everything straightened up for our rest of our evening work. Well, that was fabulous. Cannot say enough things about how great it is to start our meeting off with presentation from the students. With that, we'll go ahead and move into our next agenda item, our communication announcements, and we'll start with our superintendent remarks.
Thank you, Madam President. This week, administrators spent 2 days, Monday and Tuesday, working on comprehensive policy review with our TASB policy consultant. A great 2 days. We got 2.5 days work actually done in 2 days. And so that shows the efficiency of our staff and the hard work that they put into preparing for those 2 days. And then you have your blue packets at your table in preparation for your Tuesday meeting, which is your portion of the policy manual. And then we'll start bringing those back in the month of May to the policy committee and explain the process. Eric Narcisse will be here Tuesday night to explain to you the process and how we get to a completely brand new policy manual by the time we're finished with this process. So that was pretty exciting. Today I had the privilege of spending the day at the ACC Highland campus with several really incredible folks. Obviously, President Richard Rhodes from ACC, the president from El Paso Community College and from Odessa Community College. We had some folks from the Curran Family Foundation and some other nonprofits. And we were talking about healthy learning concepts and how we bring together what most parents want for their kids, which is a safe, healthy learning environment. And so we'll be bringing you more information about what we learned today and how we're going to go forward with that work.
All right, board members, before we get into in general remarks, I'll kick us off and do just a bit of housekeeping things. There wasn't enough interest to do a book study on governance core. I think it's just busy's time. I don't think it's really an interest. I think it's about our time. But what we'll try to do is, based on feedback, get some agenda time on it when we have our next team of 8. We haven't had any feedback on changes to our response when we do our Let's Talk messages. So right now, it's staying the same. If something changes or catches your attention, just reach out to SCR, and then we'll go from there. Also, please respond as soon as Lou reaches out. Or you see a request in a Friday memo right now. There's some dates that she's going to be trying to set for certain events. And we're also talking about doing the board cafes again. Do we want to do another round of those? Are we good with that, or do we want to change their format? So if you could please reach out to SCR, let Shannon know. She will take that feedback and get something set up for us. All right, now that concludes my housekeeping stuff. Any remarks on what happened this week or last week or committee updates?
Yes, so last Thursday, Anna and I got to visit Reagan. And for me, it was kind of like a homecoming because that's my home campus where I spent 5.5 years as an IA. And it was really, really great to see some previous coworkers and give some hugs and do all that wonderful stuff. But doing great things. We got to visit their art room. That was just fabulous. They were doing, they were creating their own bobbleheads, but they had made them out of clay. And so they were wonderful. They were really, really great. So seeing some of the learning that's going on over there and just, just being able to visit everybody was really great. So that's it for me.
It's been a long 2 weeks, but a good 2 weeks. I think last Monday I was a Shark Tank judge at Parkside with Miss Kohler and her 5th grade Quest team, and I got to see some amazing projects that these students put forward. One of them in particular is heat seekers. So your shoes change colors by how cold or how hot it is. That is like the coolest thing ever. But what I loved about it is what these students, they started off with a book, I believe, called Questlandia, and it started from there. And then what they did next was all what the student wanted to do. And so to hear them in their journey to get to this point just truly was amazing, because a lot of the graduate profiles, they were saying it without meaning to say it. But again, what I loved that Ms. Kohler's got that Shark Tank, those kids, they could go out and sell their product right now. I'm just gonna say that. Also, Wednesday the 29th, I believe, oh, guys, I'm sorry. Parents as Teachers had a roll and read event. If y'all haven't ever attended this, I suggest you do it next year. It was held at Lakewood Park in Leander. Over 200 people signed into this event. So I don't know if y'all are aware, but Parents as Teachers is a fabulous program that we provided the community for our little ones from birth to about, I believe, 5 years old. And this event was all about reading. So the parents came out with their students with their bikes, and they walked a mile, and we had Leander ISD librarians there reading in English and in Spanish. And Leaf was there giving out books. Child Find was there giving information about identification. I loved the car seat safety booth, giving away free car seats. Great event. Again, thanks Aaron over there at Parents as Teachers. If y'all get a chance, please check out that program. And I've been all over campus visits. Y'all know that's my favorite thing. I won't name them all, but what I will say is, though, I'm so impressed with all of the project-based learning going on in these classrooms. Every classroom, every school has a makerspace, and those kids are eating that up. But what I loved most importantly was seeing how the vertical teams are aligned with what they're doing in elementary in the 2nd grade classroom is somehow feeding into the 5th grade classroom and somehow feeding up into the 6th grade classroom at each different level. But it was such a powerful thing to see the work that we've done as a board, the graduate profile, just being played out in every single elementary campus that I visit this last 2 weeks. So it was a great 2 weeks.
I was at CTSBA last night, and Trish did an excellent job and had a good speaker from Texas Educators Vote. And then, what's her name from Raise Your Hand, Texas, was there. Jolisa, thank you. And so she brought some extra copies of the Charles Butt Foundation study on public education in Texas, and so I just brought those handouts for you. I do have some extra swag if you need a sticker, so let me know.
So I did 4 campus visits this week, and similar to what Anna noticed, it's I see a general theme across a number of campuses where the students research, or they get some instruction, they research, they write, they draw, they make. And so there's so many opportunities to learn depending on their learning style, and also doing the same thing in several ways, it can stick better. And so I also noticed that there was a chart in particular, especially as it did with is it long division that we saw it in 5th grade, we saw it in 6th grade, and we had a good discussion with the kids about it. And it was NOM in 5th grade, where the kids had their TEKs, their math TEKs, where they're keeping track themselves. Each student has their list, and they keep track of what they've mastered or what they still need to work on or what they're ready to learn. And they sit in groups accordingly for small group instruction and to also help each other. And that was a very good, very good to see, just them putting all the student voice and student learning, led learning in place. And I got to embarrass my son at CPMS because he wasn't, yeah, it was fun.
I've spent the last week, I think, just filling the bucket of extracurriculars, middle school play, Legally Blonde, and choir, and pre-UIL band, and of course, lots of robots. And so just all the extracurriculars in all these different spaces, and thinking about all the project-based learning and everything that we see in that classroom, and then really looking at all of this out-of-classroom learning. And one of the things that really struck me as going to these events on Saturday and Sunday and evenings is not only our students and our families there, but so many of our educators and support staff there. And just, you know, they see me there and they're like, oh my goodness, I'm so excited you're here. And it's like, I'm so excited you're here because you're making all this like magic come together. And it's just, it was really fills the bucket. So to all of our coaches and directors and all of those extra things that our staff is doing on the weekends and in the evenings to completely fill that entire circle. Thank you so much. Gosh, I think y'all said it all, so it has been a busy 2 weeks. I'll highlight one. I did get to do a campus visit to River Ridge Elementary. I saw the Innovation Lab, PE, but I think listening to everything you're saying, the thing that I would point out that I saw that might be another layer to add to the communication, because I did see all the stuff y'all are talking about as well, was our media team, like the elementary students who do the newscast or their newscast there in the morning. What's so interesting is I see so much workforce readiness that the kids are doing, I mean, just automatically, because that's kind of like the learning environment that's set up for them. And so, I mean, we've heard them called soft skills, and I know some people are like, ooh, it's actually essential skills because we need that for our workforce, and I agree. But I saw essential skills being embedded in their activity. They were looking you in the eye, they were talking to you in a presentation format, just like we heard with our Winkley Elementary students do here. They're presenting, the principal had made sure they understood shaking hands, palm to palm, if I'm saying that correctly, problem solving, got to see them do some problem solving on a team and who's presenting what. So to see these workforce readiness skills start in elementary school was pretty awesome. So, but yeah, overall, really there's a lot of great things going on in the district, and I did enjoy CTSBA. I also brought y'all a handout, one is in English and one is in Spanish, on who does what in our government. So what does your federal government, your Congress, your legislature, and your school board do, your State Board of Education. So I don't think it's new information, it's just, it's interesting to see it in there, in the information. It's like, oh yeah, right, that's this lane, and over here's this other lane. Definitely reminds you of kind of the intricacies and layers of what all needs to work together for public education. So.
Oh, one last thing. And so I just remembered that when we were at Pleasant Hill, we got to meet the Texas Fellows that are there. So by the end of this school year, over the summer, they should get their certificate. But I also spoke to, in the ELE class, talking to the assistant and trying to understand what she does with regards to helping with the teacher. And so, and also speaking with the teacher, and the teacher was like, look, we have 12 kids in this class, some of them are really high need, and so there's no way I can teach all 12 kids or pay attention to all of them just by myself. So that was very good to hear from her directly about how much she needed the assistant. And then going back to CPMS, they did have their media team also interviewed us, and it was quite difficult. It was a challenge, but it was good. They're good.
Awesome. Board members, anything else? All right. We will close up this agenda item. We'll move on to our next, which is citizen comments. This is a citizen comments portion of our agenda. Please note, of course, that there are other ways that you can communicate with our board. This agenda item is time set aside for us during this meeting to hear from our community. We are going to be restricted in ways in which we can interact with you during this portion of the meeting per our board operating procedures and policy BED local, which states the board shall not deliberate or make decisions regarding any subject that is not on the posted agenda. Therefore, please note that this format is not a conversation. It's not going to be a back and forth discussion, and we'll ask that your comments respect that limitation, and as such, please refrain from directing comments about an individual by name who would not be able to respond. Direct your comments to the board up here. Our board operating procedures enumerate further requests, but I will sum up by saying we encourage polite and professional conduct. Officers have also confirmed with council that I will remind you of our request for polite and professional conduct if it becomes necessary that you need a reminder during your comments. We ask that the audience and those participating help us maintain the decorum of this meeting, and as such, there should be no outburst or verbal demonstration during citizen comments. We're now going to call our first speaker, speaker number 1. You will have up to 3 minutes to address the Board of Trustees, and you'll hear a chime when your time is up. Please work to conclude your comments when you hear that chime.
Hello, my name is Angelina Locious. I'm a senior at Rouse High School, and I'm here today on behalf of the Leander Green Schools campaign, which is a district-wide student-led environmental initiative to commit LISD to 100% clean renewable energy. I've been affected by the climate crisis almost my whole life, having lived in one state plagued by droughts, one state that recently faced terrible winter storms, and a country ranked in the top 10 for having the worst air pollution. I've experienced the effects of the climate crisis firsthand, and I know those effects are only getting worse. A little over a year ago, I learned that schools were among the largest emitters of greenhouse gases in a community, which was just mind-boggling to me because we often hear that youth are among the most affected by the climate crisis, yet here we were as students in these buildings 10 months a year that was playing such a large role in causing the climate crisis. And that's why as a youth activist, I dedicate a lot of my time to Green Schools campaign initiatives. The most recent Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report has given us a dire now or never warning. We need to act fast. And obviously there's a lot that we need to do to slow down the effects of the climate crisis, but on a local level, LISD can help play a large role in the climate movement by committing LISD to a renewable energy transition. In August of 2020, with the help of a coalition in the Los Angeles area, Los Angeles Unified School District, which is the second largest school district in America, committed all 1,302 of their schools to a renewable energy transition with unanimous support from their school board. And now they're working on making good on that renewable energy commitment. Leander GSC members want to mirror this success in our own school district. Our coalition, which currently consists of students and staff from 7 of LISD's 43 schools, also includes members of several local climate organizations who weren't able to make it in person today to give a public comment, but are watching the live stream. So on behalf of all supporters of Leander GSC, I encourage our school board members to support passing a resolution that would commit LISD to 100% clean renewable electricity by 2030 and all other energy needs by 2040. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 2. Speaker number 2, let's press the microphone button before we start your time. Okay, you got it. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Melvina Aloysius, and I am a 7th grader at Stiles Middle School. I am here today to represent the Leander Green Schools campaign. Over the past few years, I've involved myself in different climate organizations, and I've been able to learn a lot about the impact that society is having on our environment. If the winter storms that caused widespread power outages across Texas showed us anything, it's that we need to act fast. As a student of LISD, I believe that it's important that we take positive climate action that can help reduce our school's role in the ongoing climate crisis. Not only would transitioning off fossil fuels and onto renewable energy practices benefit our environment, but it would benefit our school economically as well. K-12 school districts across America currently spend $8 billion on energy every year. So transitioning to renewable energy practices can help slash those costs by at least $2 billion, which can then be reinvested back into schools and classrooms. Research shows that an investment in renewable energy now will save our district money in the long term. That is why it is in our district's best interest to support passing 100% clean renewable electricity and energy resolution. Thank you for your time, and we hope to gain.
No, go ahead, press your button again. You have plenty of time. Keep going.
Thank you for your time, and we hope to gain your support to commit Leander ISD to 100% clean renewable energy.
Excellent ending. Thank you. Speaker number 3.
Hello, board members. I hope you all are having a great day so far. My name is Srinidhi, and I am a member at Rouse High School, here as a member of Leander Green Schools campaign. As a current student and community service leader at LISD, I've observed the maintenance of our environment and have realized that in many ways of attempting to provide necessary power for our learning habitat, we have ignored the cleanliness of our environment. Yes, fossil fuels do provide the basic necessities needed for power for our learning environment. However, this practice has neglected sustainability and conservation practices among our students and community. Today, I would like to address 3 main points in relation to our green environment: community development, school improvement, and planet sustainability. Just as I walk through the cafeteria every day, I see loads and loads of trash on school grounds, ranging from small ketchup packets to beverage bottles. Physical trash is one half of the problem to the unsanitary habit, but the other is our social responsibility towards keeping a clean environment. When I surveyed my classmates on their consciousness of keeping the environment clean, most were indifferent towards it or were unaware of the damages to the environment. Schools are among the best places to encourage healthy and positive attitudes and enforce the responsibilities students should take. By providing them the education, physical place, and organizational culture, we can encourage the development of environmentally conscious global citizens. While students spend a majority of their time growing as a human at school, recognizing and maintaining a green environment from a young age can feed into the future and aid in building a community of environmentally conscious individuals. This transformation can prepare students to think and act in creative ways that promote our environment. Through this campaign, we hope to decrease the school's usage of fossil fuels and non-renewable energy. By going green, we can reduce the amount of energy we spend on things like electricity and power and save more than half of our operational costs. Moreover, sustainable schools reduce absenteeism, improve health of students and staff, and increase indoor air quality, and we hope to accomplish just this. In an effort to alleviate this concern and bring a positive change, I would like to, along with my peers, initiate and promote the Leander Green Schools campaign project as a way of educating students about the importance of saving the environment and how simple acts can help accomplish this task. Therefore, members, I ask for your support for passing of a 100% clean renewable energy proposition that would transition LISD schools off of fossil fuels and onto renewable energy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 4.
Good afternoon, board members. I thank you for your time, consideration, and the opportunity to address you. My name is Stefan Bernstein. I'm the Student Body Vice President at Rouse High School, the National Honor Society President, and a member of the Leander ISD Green Schools campaign. Since 1983, Leander ISD has depended on fossil fuels to power its elementary, middle, and high schools. But in a time of increasing urgency to reduce the impact of emissions and climate change, it's beyond time for this to change. The district students are depending on you to make the right decision in supporting sustainability. As a Rouse student interested in the environment, I took the AP Environmental course offered at Rouse, through which my peers and I explored the impacts of fossil fuels, the effects of greenhouse gases, and the looming threat of climate change. We learned of the importance of reducing emissions, the benefits of renewable energies, and the steps needed to increase sustainability. At the core of our studies was an immense focus on promoting change and taking action. So I'm here to do what I was taught, to promote change and take action on the district level. Leander ISD teaches students of the harms that non-renewable energy has on the environment, yet continues to depend on it. Something needs to be done, because it's time the district takes their own teachings into practice by reducing energy emissions. While taking one course on environmental studies doesn't make me an expert on sustainability, it doesn't take an expert to realize that continuing our dependence on fossil fuels is beyond unsustainable. That's why the board should support a resolution to transition LISD off of fossil fuels and onto renewable energy by 2030 and clean energy by 2040. I'm aware it's a big goal, and it certainly requires high ambitions. But isn't that what LISD wants students to do? Dream big and accomplish what's difficult. Our goal is supported by not just a few students at LISD. Over the past few months, Leander Green School Campaign has established partnerships with 5 local climate change organizations and dozens of teachers, exemplifying the community support we have for this initiative as well. Together, we can take the next steps to do what's right. Together, we should support the transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Our next speaker, number 5.
Hi, I'm Krisha Patel, a senior from Rouse High School representing the Leander Green Schools campaign. I come from a country that used to have temperatures between 80 to 90 degrees Fahrenheit in summer. But ever since 5 years, the temperature is increasing every year and reaching up to 122 degrees Fahrenheit, and that was marked in this summer with uneven rainfall throughout the year. And after living such extreme temperatures back in 2020, I was in a hope to experience minimal temperatures, having beautiful sun and rain in their appropriate months. But my wish went into drain when the first snowstorm hit Austin. After that, it felt like every day there is new weather. Sometimes it was too hot, too cold, too windy, and too rainy. Everything is going into extreme stage. It seems like the appropriacy of climate has just vanished away in the rapid spread of industrialization and the growth of human population to unprecedented levels. After facing this ever-changing weathers all my life, I'm here to approach the board of directors to listen to us, the students of the district and of Leander Green Schools campaign, who want your help in giving the share of help and protection needed to the environment through LISD. By passing a resolution of clean renewal energy, we, that is our beautiful school community having thousands of talented students and hundreds of extraordinary teachers, plus all principals, counselors, and every single member of LISD, will be able to give our strength and brains towards this and make it a start of huge success in protecting and embracing our Mother Earth with soft hands. As a big change is always started with small picky steps, I would like to encourage our board members to support passing a 100% clean renewable energy resolution for LISD, a resolution which can lead to decrease in our district's carbon footprint. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 6.
Good evening. My name is Casey Craddock. I'm a student at Cedar Park High School, the vice president of the Timberwolves for the Environment Club, and a dedicated steward of the environment. The Timberwolves for the Environment is a coalition of students who discuss current climate issues and organize community events that focus on environmental action and awareness. Tonight, I am here to represent these students and our commitment to the Green Schools campaign. As a member of this student-led initiative, the Green Schools campaign has allowed me to work with students across the district who are passionate about involving the community in progressive environmental action and encouraging the school board to support the passing of a clean energy resolution for LISD. With a projected enrollment of 9,000 additional students and impending construction of 8 new schools, the time is now for LISD to consider a commitment to 100% clean energy throughout its facilities. School districts are among the highest contributors to community greenhouse gas emissions. Transitioning to renewable energy is not only a viable option now, it has increasingly become more affordable and in the long term more cost efficient. Thank you for your time and consideration in partnering with our student-led organization to support 100% clean renewable electricity and energy throughout Leander ISD.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 7.
Hi, my name is Marshall Hammond, and I will be talking about, I'm from RBMS, and I will be talking about PACE Math, Quest, and instructional assistance. Education is very important for kids' future, and with advanced classes such as PACE Math, and Quest, it allows kids to grow in their knowledge and become successful. Now, I know the school is on a budget and can't afford most of these programs, but I have an offer. Instead of getting rid of PACE Math and Quest, why not get rid of iStation and Dreambox? Now, I have three main reasons why. First, kids aren't learning much from iStation or Dreambox because it's repeating most of the skills they have already learned and memorized and mastered. Second, it will shorten the amount of money due and will bring jobs back for teachers who care and love their students instead of a computer program. Now cutting instructional assistance jobs over a computer program doesn't make sense because an instructional assistant doesn't get much pay and works really hard to help care for students. For example, Kim Melanson is a hardworking adult that cared for me even though she didn't have to. She helped me with work in and outside of this class. Now, I want you to compare this to a computer program that doesn't really know you and barely teaches good education compared to a teacher. Also, Quest showed me how to become an independent and organized kid. And I know this is a lot coming from a kid, and I know this won't solve all your problems completely, but I hope you can take this into consideration. Thank you for your time.
Marshall, thank you for your testimony. All right, our next speaker, speaker number 8.
Howdy, my name is Trevor Sheehy, and I'll be here speaking on behalf of myself and Grant Schroeder, who's on the Superintendent Advisory Committee. I want to talk to you about the importance of Quest, particularly in elementary schools. Quest is a supplementary program for kids who demonstrate a desire and need for further education beyond what the current classroom can provide. It gives us an opportunity, a safe space among our like-minded peers to explore our interests and develop skills which I still use and I'm going to use for the rest of my life, including, but not limited to, good group work etiquette, presentation skills, research practices, persuasiveness, and creative problem solving. One of Leander's core beliefs is, quote, a deliberate and intentional focus on relevant and deeper learning for each student that will optimize individual outcomes and personal growth. This is Quest in a nutshell. Quest takes kids who need something else from the classroom, who need an opportunity to develop their own interests, and gives them that opportunity. Don't eliminate what makes Leander so great and what makes it a great place to learn. Thank you so much.
Thank you, speakers. Now we have speaker number 9. Although speakers 1 through 9 set that bar really high. Sorry, speaker number 9.
Yeah, for real, that's a very tough act to follow. Those students are amazing, fantastic. I think they're proof positive that Leander students are going to lead the way, and that I just kind of want to say that we have some amazing teachers in this district, and thank you for those teachers for encouraging those students and empowering those students to be up here today. I see teachers every day bending over backwards to help students to feel that they're welcome and they're successful. I just say that in my school, teachers are lined up every day before school, every day after school to make sure that kids are academically successful, that they don't give up saying things like don't quit and that you can do it. There's another teacher in my building that takes children and instead of letting them skip class, takes those children into her classroom and makes sure that those children felt heard and they felt included enough so then they can go back to class to reach back into their academic studies. We also have another teacher in our building that has the most popular after-school program in our school. It's the D&D club. And that place is filled to the hilt every week. So I just kind of want to just take a little pre-moment there and just kind of recognize those teachers in the LISD community and that these students are just evidence of their excellence. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Dr. Gehring, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity for us to engage with you today. I am here because we are all in LISD. Leander School started with a little building in 1855. We had one room, one teacher. Parents contributed what they could, and communities kept the schools going. In the 80s, an $8 million bond was passed to create Leander High School, which housed 1,200 students. Today, we have 41,000 students in 45 diverse schools. Public education is central to our community. Leander ISD provides for an amazing experience for our children and gives them the freedom to learn and to pursue their dreams. Our students deserve an accurate and honest education, no matter what their background. Through grassroots, we're involving our community by promoting policies that support all in Leander ISD. This November, there are some key issues facing our district. We want to properly fund our district to allow students to go to their neighborhood schools, support our staff so that they can make a living in this challenging economy, and restore local control to our district so that educators can focus on meeting the needs of their students. Our opponents are bringing negativity and hate to distract us from the real issues facing our schools. They have blocked funding to our classrooms and will run for school board, not to continue growth in this amazing district, but to dismantle it. Our future is brighter when we protect the education of all children in Leander ISD to include our most gifted and our most vulnerable. Please support the education initiatives that serve all in LISD.
Thank you. Speaker number 10.
Okay, I really hate going after those awesome kids in that situation, but I came to you guys 2 weeks ago. My name is Stephanie Turner, and I live in Leander. And 6 months ago, my 19-year-old son took an illicit counterfeit pill that was laced with fentanyl, and he died. So I was here 2 weeks ago asking for education for our students, as well as life-saving medication, naloxone, for nurses on campus. Well, naloxone is important. It's only a reaction to after the fact a student has already consumed fentanyl. We truly need to talk about prevention and give students the full knowledge of what fentanyl is and what happens when one consumes. I'm going to be real honest. I hear lots of debating of various perspectives amongst members of our community. I think it's fair to say that we all care deeply for our children, and we're all trying to fight for what we believe is best. My hope is that we're able to work together to bring awareness. This is 30 grams of sugar. If it was fentanyl, it would kill 15,000 people. It's approximately 100 times more potent than morphine and 50 times more potent than heroin. Currently, there's minimal education on this. Lethal drugs are being marketed and sold on social media that have potential to kill our kids. As parents and educators, this is our duty to our children to equip them with better knowledge. The fentanyl epidemic is affecting students and young adults at record rates. It's the #1 cause of death among 18 to 45-year-olds. The quickest and most effective way to reach our children is through local public schools. We need to fully explain the danger of this poison to not only our students, but also help educate parents. Thank you all in advance for collaborating with me on this journey. I truly appreciate you and your time and energy as we explore helpful ways to prepare our youth. We as parents need to unite and be the change, because truly together with love and empathy, we can listen and better understand each other, and together we will save lives.
Thank you. Thank you, speaker number 10. Speaker number 11.
Good evening, and I just have to say wow about all of the student voices that we heard, just goosebumps. Good evening, Dr. Gehring and Board of Trustees. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak with you this evening. My name is Michelle, and I am all in for LISD's Transportation Department. Our district is a large one. It encompasses almost 200 square miles and serves over 42,000 students. We are home to 44 campuses and growing steadily. LISD is comprised of a wide variety of departments, each working in connection with others in order to ensure that our district is not only operational but successful. While all departments are necessary, few are as crucial for daily functioning as our transportation department. Without them, LISD would, excuse the pun, screech to a halt. The work this department does goes far beyond driving a bus. These staff members are often the very first interaction that a student has with LISD that day, and the very last as well. When speaking to personnel in that department, they state that the student interaction is the absolute best part of their jobs. Imagine the impact that this has on thousands of our students. The transportation department also ensures that bus routes are safe to travel, often monitoring inclement weather late into the night and into the early morning hours. The decisions they make in these situations have very real consequences, and I'm so thankful they make these choices in the best interest of the students of our district. They ensure the upkeep and safety of the equipment used to transport our most valuable resource, our students. The drivers do this from as early as 5:30 a.m. to as late as 7 p.m., with some drivers commuting to LISD from as far away as Killeen. The scheduling and planning of routes is another feat they perform. I cannot imagine the complexities that go into that process. In spite of the challenges and hard work that this department consistently puts in, they still feel like their department is one of the best. They support one another in a familial environment, which, as we know, makes the workday so much more enjoyable. Because of these reasons and more, I am all in for LISD's transportation department. And I also just want to take this last few minutes to thank all the students who came and just how wonderful they were. Just have to say that again.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 12.
I'll be reading for a friend this evening who was unable to sign up. They are all in for Leander ISD. These parents have attended public schools and had an amazing experience. When they moved here, they were hoping that their kids would get that same experience, and it has been exactly what they hoped it would be. They've had the opportunity to feel blessed with amazing teachers and staff that have made learning an amazing experience for both of their kids. All the teachers have had a great impact on their kids. They both look forward to going to school every day, and their daughter volunteers to stay after school to help with her teachers. She did this in both elementary and middle school. The positive impact that schools have had on their kids' lives has truly made them feel seen, heard, and valued. They love learning about the overall public school experience and couldn't ask for a more amazing staff in their neighborhood schools. When their daughter was in elementary, she had the opportunity to have Miss Perkins. Miss Perkins came to their home to get to know their child on a deeper level, understand the family values and culture, and they truly went above and beyond the teacher's role to make sure that their child felt included. It went a long way with their child, and they will never forget the inspiration that that teacher had in their life. Recently, their daughter's current teacher in middle school reached out to them to share how amazing the child was just because. And to receive calls in the day about how their kids are doing goes a long way. It helps them ensure that their kids are excelling in school and helps build rapport with their teachers. And most importantly, you know that the teachers truly care when they get calls like this. Teachers are the lifeline of building a learn and be curious attitude in her children, and they have made it fun for the kids to want to learn and grow. They enjoy going to school every day and have amazing teachers that make the experience for their kids something they will never forget. That is why they are all in for Leander ISD. And with my remaining time, I do want to recognize and uplift our school librarians. You all have been operating inside a local pressure cooker, and I know that you're exhausted. And despite the negativity, you have continued to provide book fairs and reading lunches and research databases, copyright lessons, and you even made my own child find not one book, but also, oh my God, Mom, did you know that there was a sequel kind of moment? Thank you, librarians, for your contributions to promote library use and support, and happy National Library Week.
Thank you, Speaker number 12. We don't have a Speaker 13. I mean, we have a number 13, but they're not here, correct? All right, so we're moving to Speaker number 14.
Good evening. I'm reading a letter from one of our parent volunteers. Thank you to the Board of Trustees and Dr. Guerin for allowing us to share our thoughts this evening. We are coming to you as moms, community members, and volunteers of LISD. we would like to share some of our observations and part of our experiences as volunteers in our neighborhood school. We currently volunteer in multiple capacities, in the classroom, mentoring, campus events, and in the cafeteria, though tonight we are sharing about our time spent in the cafeteria. As you know, COVID prevented volunteers from helping out on campus for quite some time. So when the announcement went out looking for people to help out in the cafeteria, we jumped on it. We saw this as a way to see our children during the day. Admittedly, selfish reasons got us through the door. However, after being in the cafeteria, we saw firsthand all the work and the love that goes into the day of these wonderful ladies. And we have volunteered on early release Wednesdays since November because they truly need the help. It only took one Wednesday for us to realize that their job is taxing. It is an incredible physical job. Our hands hurt just after wiping tables between lunches. These women do not stop moving. There's no time, barely time to use the restroom because the lunches move so quickly and there isn't anyone to cover for them. Even with 2 volunteers, their day is full. Imagining how they would manage on early release Wednesday without is heartbreaking. While this is part of the job, it doesn't take long to realize they are understaffed. The school we volunteer at typically requires 4 people to function well. Unfortunately, they are doing the same amount of work with only 3. As it stands, these women are filling the role of the 4th person, but are not being compensated for the extra duties, nor is the 4th person role being filled because the amount of work is not competitive in today's market. They deserve a livable wage that is appropriate for where they work. The cost of living in Cedar Park, Leander continues to rise, yet their pay remains the same. These employees are personally invested. The ladies in our cafeteria know the names of our children, their likes and dislikes, and they often even help and serve the staff. It is not a surprise that many have left the district. If you choose to not take care of these incredible people, they will continue to leave and our schools will be left with less than what our children deserve. We implore you to observe and volunteer on a typical day in the district kitchen so you can better understand what our employees are not being greedy with their request, but are simply asking for fairness. Volunteers should not be relied upon. Essentially, if volunteers are needed, there's a problem to solve. Our LISD cafeteria staff deserves more. I am one of these ladies. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 15.
Good evening. My name is Becky, and I am all in for LISD's instructional assistants. Pick any one of LISD's campuses, and every staff member will affirm how vital our IAs are to our school community. They are constantly working behind the scenes to keep things running smoothly. They assist teachers in the classroom, can be seen making copies, covering lunch and recess duty, and helping with school drop-off and pickup. Most importantly, they provide vital support to our students. They help some students receive the help some students receive from instructional assistants is the only way they get their work turned in on time, the only way they will understand directions and expectations. Instructional assistants provide valuable one-to-one reading time and help break down math problems, provide strategy breaks when students get frustrated, and teach vital self-regulation skills, teach vital self-regulation skills when they go into fight or flight. Instructional assistants are the frontline staff who put themselves at risk when students are unsafe. They are the people who practice and train to know how to respond in an emergency, which enables all students and staff to continue to teach and learn without added disruption. Above all else, instructional assistants provide students with connection. They care about their students and give their hearts to the kids they are with. They provide support for students when they need a kind word, will laugh when a student share a joke, and will hug them when they cry. Sometimes they are the only friend a child has in school. Our IAs are vital support staff and are essential to our school infrastructure. I support our IAs, and that is why I'm all in for LISD.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 16.
Good evening to all.
With such a small amount of time given to speak in front of you, I want to just mention a few things. Children Nutrition Department is actually profitable. It's the only department within the auxiliary department that brings in revenue to continue our daily tasks, but yet we're paid the weakest. Employees are hired by management company of SFE, but work for Leander ISD, which means every day they need to be flexible to work at any school they are placed at when hired, or to be found out last minute to work at another school cafeteria, which is around 7 a.m., which school is short-staffed and will need further assistance for that day. CNS employees are given 2 calendar days to do their annual training and get the kitchen prepared for the first day of service. Wish I had more time to explain what that actual process is. They are not given any other opportunity time for training, invited, paid to be at even the welcoming convocational at the beginning of the school year like other departments are. CNS is the least paid employees in the Leander ISD school district and struggle to see the light at the end of the tunnel for when we will truly be acknowledged for what we do daily and how our days come together. CNS cannot give any late reasonings. Meal service must always be done on time during short staff, bad weather, pandemic, every day without a flaw, on time. With discussion of a budget coming forth, we understand this has been a rough year for all during this school year. We have all worked hard, stressed to the brim, body ache, mental and emotional. Some days may be harder than others. As I stand here and plead for CNS to be acknowledged for all its hard work, I would like to be able to live where I work as well. Please consider all other departments as well for this. The cost of living continues to stay at an all-time high, but many employees are forced to quit for better pay elsewhere, work multiple jobs, or even live on government assistance to make sure they can survive. Please help us all survive, live where we work, and continue being a part of one Leander ISD family.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 17.
Hello, my name is Tammy Martin. I'm a SPED Inclusion Instruction Assistant at Winkley Elementary. I work in the classroom setting with students that are required to get support during instruction. I know Ms. Maurer has served in that position, and I'm sure will relate to parts of my story. I also know Mrs. Smith is an advocate for special needs. Thank you all. I've been employed with Leander ISD for 11 years, since 2011. I currently make $15.33 an hour, which is only 7 cents more than the current starting salary for 11 years of service. My gross annual salary is around $23,000, and I'm one of the lucky ones who does not have to pay health care out of my salary. My coworker pays $9,600 a year on the cheapest plan with the highest deductible for her family. I have several coworkers who are single parents, and I'm not sure how they make a living. I am married and have 3 children. 2 of them are currently in college. The youngest child will be graduating next year from high school. My husband and I have worked hard, saved money, and we make just enough so that we're not eligible for financial aid. We are struggling to put our kids through college. My middle son, Trent, he's studying cybersecurity as a junior at UTSA. He just landed an internship, and get ready for this, he makes $30 an hour. He works 20 hours a week and is just learning about his profession. He works half as much as me, and we earn the same salary. I have completed 3 years of college, as well as my professional development during my employment here includes 172 credit hours of continued education. I am currently working on a 40-hour course on registered behavior training. I work with kids in a variety of disabilities, from autism, Down syndrome, intellectual disabilities, mental illness, speech and language disabilities, and kids that have extreme behavior needs. I have been bitten, pinched, spit on, cursed at, thrown up on, and peed on. Despite these challenges, I love the kids I serve. I love that I can help them get through their day and even make their day a good one. I can be that person they look to and trust. All schools have been continually short-staffed, and our duties and workload has grown immensely over the last couple of years. I provide required inclusion for special needs students. However, I always have a couple adopted friends in each class that I try to help as well. My many special education students within each grade levels have been placed in a single classroom. We go in and serve 3 to 8 kids in one 30-minute setting so that we can legally say they are receiving their individual minutes. I find it hard to effectively serve one student during that time.
I'm sorry, your time is up, but we would love your testimony. You can send it to us in writing so we can read the whole thing and make sure we see it all to our governance team email. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, speaker number 17. Speaker number 18. Speaker number 18. Okay, speaker number 19.
Dr. Gearing, Madam President, members of the board, my name is Chelsea Murphy, and I currently serve Leander ISD as a special education teacher and the special education team lead at Winkley Elementary. And I am here today to advocate for our students who are served in special education on the issue of compensation and retention for our instructional assistants. Our campus has been working to hire a temp IA for the past month. We've not yet been able to fill the position. On top of that, last week, we had another temporary instructional assistant choose to leave Leander ISD. The primary duties of this staff member were to help a student have basic access and safety in the classroom. After the temporary staff member left, this student's case manager had to explain to the child that the person that he depended on for access and safety would not be coming back. The student's reply was, "But I just got used to him. I have to start over with someone new?" I firmly believe that our #1 district goal, maximizing the academic growth of each student, is dependent on 3 principles. The first principle is the belief that all students can achieve learning at high levels. It's obvious that that principle is alive and well as soon as you open a classroom door or glance at the graduate profile indicators. The second principle is the skill set. The skill set of an instructional assistant grows through experience. I know instructional assistants who can detect and even redirect the most difficult problems just by looking through a classroom door window. These staff members know our students deeply, and they are experts at using that knowledge to meet students where they are and to gently help them take their next steps. When we are dependent on temps or substitutes to fill these positions, we are not setting our students up for success. Even the most detailed subplans do not hold a candle to the lived experience of an instructional assistant, and temps are frequently absent or leave after a short time for a permanent position. The third principle is our system drivers. CBS Austin recently reported that Round Rock ISD will be giving an immediate pay bump of 10 to 18% to their instructional support staff, with Pflugerville ISD also raising rates. I hope that Leander ISD will make some changes as well. Vacancies in instructional assistant positions take a terrible toll on teachers, but more importantly on students. We know that our IAs play a vital role in the learning of our students. IAs that float across the district would be much more beneficial than these temporary positions. Pay must be increased to stay competitive and to account for inflation. Systems should be created to retain these experienced instructional assistants.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 20.
Good evening, board members. Dr. Gehring. It's my pleasure again this evening to come to address you. The topic that I signed up to speak to you about tonight is DEI, and it's a continuation of a topic I've been speaking about for about the last year or two. In essence, many of us parents disagree, and this is going to be the key thing that I want to focus in on and open a discussion tonight. I'm going to use two academic areas to justify my points tonight: history and civics. One of my favorite sayings is about history is that those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. This thing that we disagree with about DEI, I think that it is a central part of a lot of what we disagree with about. It's not just the books, that's just the surface. History of what is trying to be implemented with these programs that you are insisting on pushing has always been sold as something to make things fair, but history has shown repeatedly people get hurt. It's never fair. It's never. I challenge any one of you to find an example in history where this has worked. Second example, academic area, civics. How many of our people, how many of our students are taught today about civics and the fact that how many of our students would understand that we do not live in a democracy today? A democracy is the last place anybody wants to live. Because in a democracy, the silent person, the small voice gets eaten. That is also a system I see intricately interwoven into a lot of the systems here. It's democracy, the loudest voice. What about the one that doesn't agree? Our Constitution is designed to protect the rights of that person that doesn't agree. That's why California and New York doesn't set the stage for this country. That's why Montana gets a vote and it gets listened to. These are the key points that I want to bring out. I've said tonight, and I just really finalize this when I'm sitting back here. How many of our students are being taught and being motivated to come up here and talk about American values? How many people are being motivated to talk about freedom and the price that was purchased with? By the way, when it comes to climate change, the things that produce the most carbon, us. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 21. Speaker number 21.
Thank you, Board of Trustees. My name is Jessica Joy, and I'm a pornography industry survivor that graduated from the nation's top sex trafficking recovery with a 95% success rate of girls never returning to a life of exploitation. I've been a part of tearing down men and women, and I've seen the hard work that goes into it to restore that person to a solid constitution of mind. I track legislation in 36 states. I know that you might seem overwhelmed, and definitely the teachers are overwhelmed. Definitely look up labor trafficking. Everything will make sense. I understand why people might complain that you get paid so much, because the times that are coming, you're going to be asked to stare at the money. You're going to have to make some tough choices that will change the trajectory of Texas. And I believe in you. I'm talking to you from a point of how I would talk to me in 2004. You might recognize me from the documentary, Whose Children Are They? I was also on Playboy Radio, and I was so consumed with the next day and the next day that I didn't realize I was sharing a restroom with the Disney studio. I didn't realize that maybe those are that's Disney's equipment on our cable sets. I didn't realize what I was participating in destroying my own nation. I took on big tech in 36 states for selling a defective product. I also said I'm not going to be silenced in the Stop Social Media Censorship Act passed in Florida. Nothing compares on the healing. Taking on big tech, let me tell you that nothing was more hard than those 18 months that I dedicated to my healing. We were all equal. Sweatpants, fuzzy socks, I found my identity while I was delivering pizza. I never thought I would find my identity delivering pizza, of who my identity is in my faith on a dashboard. I had to remind myself of my value every single day. It's so important when you mess with someone's value and destroy their constitution. In 2011, I was rocking back and forth on that Burbank airport floor, and all I said is, I just want to be normal, I just want to be normal. And this lady said, "Are you fit to fly, ma'am?" And I said, "I just want to be normal." I didn't realize that when I'd get to normal, that what I left is now in the curriculum. All these identities. Who am I today? Who am I today? You tell me who I am today. My eyes could not unsee the culture that I created that grooms the release of oxytocin to watching children be destroyed, and we call it barely legal porn. Just months before, I was at city council going, "There's my time. Jessica Joy, see you. See you later."
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 22.
Hello. Happy National Library Week. I am a bilingual elementary school librarian here in Leander ISD. I'm here to celebrate our amazing libraries during National Library Week. First, I want to share some of the great things that are happening in our libraries. Contrary to some beliefs, the reading of physical books is actually on the rise, and very much so here in LISD. The libraries in Leander ISD have provided students with over 276,000 physical checkouts and over 74,000 digital checkouts this school year alone. Our engaging book displays, book talks, personalized recommendations help students find a love of reading, directly impacting their improvement in reading skills in the classroom. Nationally, in statewide studies, the most substantial and consistent finding is a positive relationship between full-time qualified school librarians and scores on standards-based language arts, reading, and writing tests, regardless of student demographics and school characteristics. Here in Leander ISD, we have just that. A skilled, certified librarian at every campus, setting us up for the brightest future possible for our students. Another huge shout out goes to our amazing library instructional assistants. While we don't have them at every single campus, I can speak to my personal experience that while I'm teaching full-time on the specials rotation at our elementary school, my half-time library assistant is keeping the library running, working directly with students while also ensuring that our shelves are ready and accessible for all kids. That's been absolutely essential. They make it possible for us to expand our role and influence at each campus. We are able to collaborate with classes across all content areas and grade levels, provide technology support for teachers and students, and facilitate information literacy for every stakeholder on our campus. In libraries across the district, we provide engaging programs, clubs, activities for our students to enjoy. Many campuses bring student makerspace opportunities, which allow them to create and innovate. Libraries are current and up-to-date, whether it's providing the latest popular recommendations from Book Talk, like TikTok, or teaching new research or digital citizenship lessons. We are the place where you check out books and much, much more. I believe that here in Leander ISD, our campuses know and value these spaces as the heart of our school. So happy National Library Week, and I encourage all of you here and those watching at home to thank your school librarian and library assistants for their hard work and dedication. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 23.
Hello. I am all in for the librarians and instructional assistants in Leander ISD. This week is Librarian Appreciation Week, and there's no shortage of reasons to thank our librarians. Not only do they curate amazingly diverse and engaging libraries that appeal to all students on our campuses, but they do so much more. They teach lessons to our students, help students with authentic and rigorous research in all content areas, act as technology experts on campuses, and host events like poetry slams and book fairs that encourage all our students to see the joy and fun in reading. On our campus, we have an awesome makerspace, and our library assistant and our librarian work together to make sure that the library opens early and closes late so that students are lined up at the doors and have to be pushed out and say, hey, we'll see you tomorrow. This week's also Educational Assistant Appreciation Week, and without these hardworking staff, we would be completely lost. Our instructional assistants work with many students with a variety of needs and across a variety of contents. They help many students understand the instruction delivered by classroom teachers so that they can be academically successful. They build strong and necessary relationships with students so that they become trusted adults students can turn to for help in and outside the classroom. Our librarians and instructional assistants represent a couple of the many reasons why All In LISD is here today. We are an organization that is dedicated to celebrating the abundance of people and programs that make this district so desirable and successful. We simply want to continue supporting this district by advocating for the funding and policies that public schools need to continue to be great. As an organization, we want to maintain the momentum that our current Board of Trustees and District Admin have initiated through the policies and core documents they have created. We want to shout out all the wonderful ways that our students and staff have been impacted by LISD's progress over the last few years. And we want to ensure that our district continues to have the financial support it needs to ensure that all our students and staff have the tools they need to be the most successful. That's why I invite you to learn more about our organization at allinlisd.com and join me in celebrating our district by being All In LISD.
Thank you, speaker. Speaker number 24. Speaker number 24.
Who loves a good Thursday night meeting? I do. Well, it's happened. You finally had to admit that you're broke. Everyone has been asking for money. Everyone's talking about money, 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 money. You are broke. I've said this from the beginning. You're going to be broke. You put out your budget at minus 25 million on June 17th. What do you think was going to happen? Now we're 40 million in debt. How are we going to finish the school year? Are we going to have enough money to pay the teacher's salary just to get through? Are we going to have to take out another loan for $64 million that's 14% interest for paper? Well, that's what you did last spring. You know, it's funny. When I first showed up and I started talking about these books, which are terrible, I started hearing about the curriculum and things like that. And I was talking to a secretary at one of the schools, and I whispered in her ear, I said, I've been hearing something called embezzlement. Within a half an hour, I was met at the district office by the head of district security, who was threatening me with citation for trespassing after I said that one word. Interesting. I didn't know all of a sudden I became so popular. And I'd only been after that for 5 days. Now it's been almost a year. So I know there's people that want money and we don't have it. We're the ISD Titanic. Those that have joined in the last year, you should have not. You should have not. But anyway, the state statutory of parents' rights I wanted to read. Parents and guardians have the right to inspect and review their children's educational records maintained by the school. I encourage every student's parent to do such a thing to find out about the surveys. The surveys are bad, and we know the ISD is using them again and again to find out how the kids feel. And once they find out how the kids feel, that's how things start to happen, and you unravel it. Ask. I'm not speaking to the board. I'm really speaking to the camera. Parents, check out the surveys. Check out your students' education and request the data. Now, last time I was here, I was interrupted because I was speaking the truth. Someone was at the State Board of Education asking for books that were terrible. Hundreds of moms and dads said these were terrible books. And yet, I want to know, do the board support that person? Do they support her? 5 of you are going to be up for election this year. It will be interesting to know, because if you go to the State Board of Election on November the 16th, you could see her speak twice, and she said she skimmed the books. She didn't even read them.
Thank you. Speaker number 25.
Hello, I'm Mrs. Pogson. I have a report for the Commissioner's Court. It sounds Dr. Seussish. I have a report for the Williamson County Commissioner's Court. The first wave of requests for reconsideration is ending and final details are coming very soon. I will send each of you a copy. I would like to see more community involvement in the process. Each challenge was due to sexually explicit, traumatizing, or inappropriate material. Not one of these books was challenged based on LGBTQIA+ content or minority voices. I find it hard to believe every one of these books so far was deemed appropriate after 4,600 citizens signed a petition opposing their use in the district. I saw how burdensome the process is for faculty and staff. A few years ago, a teacher friend of mine remarked, every time the board sits in that room and makes a new policy, it adds 30 more minutes to my day. Now I see what he means. Please note, the court expects to hear from you, and so does the community. January 13, Trustee Johnson asked Dr. Gearing about a presentation to the board. He noted that no presentation was scheduled and asked when that would be. He requested specific information to be presented to the board. The board president immediately shut down that discussion and did not allow Dr. Gearing to respond. No public discussion, no agenda items, no reports. Your time is running out, and your lack of response confirms your commitment to expose harmful sexually explicit content to children. Sorry, that sounded very choppy. I wrote a 90-second speech because that's usually what we get. So now, thanks to the extra time, I can add some things. So on the plus side, now I can say those things that usually get cut right away, and that is that I do appreciate you guys. I appreciate the dedication to service in our community. I can't imagine, I don't want to be there, that's for sure. I also appreciate the teachers. I've seen some of them, I know in action, and I think they're wonderful, and I'm sure most of them are. And the staff, the CNS, the bus drivers, I really do, and the janitors, I've never seen a bug in this building. So hats off to the people that work so hard to keep everything going for our kids. I thank God, the great state of Texas, and everyone deployed. With her shirt, she's gone. Remember everyone deployed, that I have privilege to speak here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 26.
On June 17, 2021, this board approved a budget for the 21-22 school year for the amount of $387.5 million. You were fully aware that meant approving the budget with a deficit of $25.5 million based on projected revenues. 6 board members willingly voted to approve that. Thank you, Aaron Johnson, for voting against it. We are now told the district will end this year with a $35.7 million shortfall, as they call it. Let's call it what it is. It's called debt. When you start with $25.5 million of debt, it will only go up from there. Now let's look at what contributed to the additional part of the shortfall, as you like to call it. Number 1, the attrition rate we've seen this school year. Parents are continuing to pull children from this district. More often than not, they still live here. They just don't want their children in your schools anymore. We know over 1,900 students have withdrawn since the first day of school. This doesn't even account for all of those who withdrew during the summer. I won't regurgitate the reasons why parents are pulling their students, as we have been standing in this exact spot for 2 years telling you why parents are fleeing this district. Number 2, Dr. Gearing actually assumed and budgeted for a 3% increase in total number of students for this year. This is another shortfall on his part. As you can see, we've had a loss, not gain, especially if you take out the approximate 1,000 pre-K student spots that didn't even exist last year. Number 3, the fact your average daily attendance numbers are well below the 96% needed for full funding. Are you looking at what's causing this particular shortfall? To those listening at home, just a reminder, Leander ISD is has one of the highest debt per student ratios in the state of Texas. This is exactly why. What have we gained from the debt this year? Well-paid, happy teachers? No. Passing STAR tests and good SAT scores? No. Fully staffed CNS, transportation, or facility workers? No. Again, this school board, and most importantly, Dr. Gehring, are fiscally irresponsible with our district's money. Tonight, they offer solutions like cutting teachers' aides and programs like PACE and Quest. To further cover their mismanagement, they are now going to ask to increase their revenue through a voter-approved tax rate election. If this board worked in corporate America and approved this budget, they'd be fired, plain and simple. To the board, get your budgeting practice, or your budgeting practice is broken. Go fix it. Stop asking us taxpayers to pay for your incompetence. Nothing changes if nothing changes. I ask everyone listening, mark your calendars for November 8th, when 4 of these board members who are fiscally irresponsible are up for re-election. I encourage you to look at what they have voted for over and over again, including the books, including these reckless budgets. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 27.
This is a letter from a parent wishing to remain anonymous. I'm a former LISD parent and volunteer that pulled my children from your district. I served the district as a volunteer for over 10 years in various capacities: PTA secretary, classroom volunteer, and SHAC member. I'm an employee at a nearby charter school that has been receiving students that have fled the district schools. We currently have over 1,000 students on our waiting list. Here is why. Parents want higher standards for their students across the board, academically and behaviorally. They are disgusted with the reading material presented as literature assignments that are clearly biased, and they report that basic policies and procedures are ignored by many administrators, such as the now gone dress code and the current conduct of behavior. They report wanting more vigorous curriculum that includes reading classics and books that are at or above grade level. They report being disgusted by the lack of structure and discipline in the school district. They also report their concerns, when voiced, are not addressed in a manner that is satisfactory. As a fellow educator, I want you to know that many of the students that are transferring into our school from traditional ISDs, by and large, are not prepared for basic academic tasks, such as writing, reading, comprehension, and other basic study skills, not to mention knowing how to sit in a class and take notes. Many of them struggle and have this transitional period that lasts around 3 to 6 months. However, when faced with being challenged and having high expectation placed on them, they rise to the occasion and are very pleased with all that they've accomplished. We have a zero tolerance for cell phones. This is probably one of the biggest reasons I hear from parents as to why they're fleeing the traditional public schools, as they are a distraction. Our policies are strictly followed, and curriculum is above grade level across the board, and is quite a daunting undertaking. However, many of these families are faced at a crossroads and choosing the more difficult one. As a former LISD property owner and taxpayer, if our family had not had the choice in public education, I would have found any way I could have to educate my children without sending them to LISD school. On countless occasions, I brought my concerns and potential solutions to appropriate staff or administrators and attended the school board meetings. Were my concerns addressed to a level that recognized legitimate issues and that measures were taken to fix them? No, not at all. This attitude proves to parents that they are not seen as the primary individual responsible for their children's education. These children are the parents' children, not the district's. When you understand and honor that fundamental premise, parents will start feeling confident in sending students.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 28. Speaker number 28. Speaker number 29.
Hello, members of the board. I wanted to speak about the instructional materials you plan to approve tonight. As a parent and taxpaying community member, I'm concerned to not have online access to any of the instructional materials. I understand paper copies were supposedly available at 2 locations during business hours for a limited time period. I work and now homeschool my 10-year-old daughter for 2 days a week, so there isn't much availability for me to review the materials in person. I'm sure my scenario is not too different from other working parents. I had previously perused the World Geography and Cultural Textbook online and tried to take another look today to discover that access for all instructional materials slated for approval has been removed from the district website. I find it alarming that we can't access this. What prompted my interest today is that from my previous perusal of the 6th grade World Geography Textbook, it looked like the Cold War history, specifically regarding Ronald Reagan's role, has been removed or diminished. I sat here in June when you approved the 10th grade AP World History textbook, McGraw-Hill Traditions and Encounters, that included an image of Reagan zoomed in with the Soviet flag behind him and a caption at the bottom that said, "At a US-USSR summit in 1985, a Soviet flag served as a dramatic backdrop and counterpoint to US President Ronald Reagan's speech." That summit was the Geneva Summit, and Reagan was a world hero and leader. The 6th grade book includes an excerpt about Soviet leader Gorbachev and how he worked to improve the Soviets' relations with the US. Between these 2 world history textbooks, it looks like they're attempting to erase the relevance and accomplishments of Ronald Reagan. In June of 2021, I presented to this board factual errors found in the AP World History textbook you approved. Members of our community have confirmed with the Texas School Board of Education that this would have prevented them from being able to approve the textbook. This free factual error requirement is stipulated at least 3 times in Education Code Chapter 31, with 31.151 outlining penalties for a publisher. I searched reviews for Discovery Education, the publisher for the 6th grade book. I can't find any indication that they have any other books approved by SBOE. What I was able to find is reviews that say that they're ranked number 64 among kids' educational resource sites, and that their material is far from comprehensive, which I also found the latter statement to be true when I briefly perused and discovered that the Trail of Tears and Sinking of the Lusitania were not included as well. I don't have a child that will be subjected to this textbook next year, the World AP textbook approved for its readability. My biggest concern is a lack of transparency in removing online access.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 30. Speaker number 30.
Evening, neighbors on the board. How are you tonight? I wanted to start by thanking you, Aaron Johnson, for a performance that you did last night on PBS NewsHour. I'm not sure you all saw that. You should go look. It's on YouTube. It's very good. It talks about the problem with books in this community, in this learning community. The problem with books that raises the hackles and level of indignancy that you see when you come to these meetings sometimes is rather remarkable, but he explains it well. He says, essentially, it's a war on innocence, right? It's a war on innocence that you don't seem to understand, at least some people in this board don't understand, because you may not have the same moral compass that people with a religious background does. I know Aaron's a religious guy. What is the issue, what is the core issue that he brings to the table? What is he trying to get you to understand? The core issue is this: you cannot override the critical messaging, right, that you see from parents to their kids. You cannot do it. And especially when it comes to morals. This is an allergic reaction that you invoke in parents when you do this. You as a governmental entity cannot do that, all right? Just leave it at home. Leave the race at home, leave the gender at home, just leave it. Secondly, I wanted to thank Aaron again, as a matter of fact, for the stand-up guy that he is. He actually answered my please disavow CRT to this group. He was the only one. Crickets and the rest of you. I don't know if you don't understand what it is. I don't know if you believe in the various critical theories. I suspect you don't understand what it is. So I'm waiting. And thirdly, I look at this board and I say, okay, what do we want from you? A lot of people come here and say, oh, you know, LISD, best thing since canned beer. All in LISD. Okay, there's a lot of goodness in LISD. Don't ignore, don't dismiss what isn't perfect, okay? The book issue is still there. The CRT issue is still there. CRT, I kind of compare it to bed bugs. You have an infestation, you may or may not know it, okay? I'm just saying. Didn't plan on speaking this long. Sorry and apologize for that, but we're looking for a lot from you guys. Keep doing the right thing. Good night.
Thank you, Speaker. All right, this concludes our citizen comments portion of the agenda. We can move into our consent agenda. Unless we have a motion to sever something for discussion, then I need a motion to approve. I move the consent agenda items be approved as presented.
I second.
I have a motion from Gloria, a second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. The next item is our superintendent report. Board members, I am aware, though, we are hitting close to 2 hours. Do we want to go ahead and take a break before we go to our superintendent report? Let's do that. 10-minute break, please. We'll be back at 8:20.
Make my finger.
Yeah. Check test.
Does he need him?
So,
Okay, hang on. Cause tap on him. Oh no. With
they're
that off.
working.
Yeah, there. I gotta turn.
Board members, it is 8:20 and our guest has arrived. So we're going to go ahead and move to the closed session agenda item. So, for purposes permitted by Texas Government Code pursuant to sections 551.071, 551.129, consultation with legal counsel regarding civil action number 121CV0072RP, an individual with individual with a disability and JW and AW, parents and guardian, next friends of PW versus Leander Independent School District in the Western District of Texas, Austin Division. We will move into closed session for discussion with counsel. There will be no action in closed session. We will come back out to open for any action.
Check, check, check. So not coming through the master, but you're still getting signal, which means it's going to your feed. Unmute it. Check test. See, it's echoing now.
That's all right. Go ahead. I got it all.
Test 2, test 1.
One more time.
Check. Check 2, check.
Tap it.
So I'm muted,
Okay, tap
right?
it. Tap it. So it's still showing up.
Well, wait a minute, maybe not.
Okay,
It's not now.
it's just, that's just the hiss. That's the
Right, yeah, background noise.
Okay, so we're good.
So even though I'm muted now, you're not getting?
See, so it looks to me like. Test. See, it's going on the right.
So I've muted the input, I've muted both buses. Check, check, check. And you're still getting signal.
All right, board, it is 8:45 p.m. There is no action from closed session. We are back now in open, and we are going to go to our next agenda item, Superintendent's Report.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'm coming from this side of the table because I'm going to do the next one from here. And so here we go. Maybe. That one. I was waiting for Alexis to get on the screen. So this was Alexis at Whitestone, getting an education perhaps from one of our students.
We were talking about turtles and endangerment, and it was all about her poem, Conservation.
So this report usually contains a COVID update. We're going to skip the COVID part update for now. You'll notice that on the agenda we didn't post that at all since I really have very little to tell you about COVID. So we'll just move right on to enrollment. You can see our enrollment continues to steadily tick up. Remember, this is April. We just have 6 weeks of school left, and so we continue to see significant growth across the district. Attendance-wise, we're back to seeing some 95s, and so that's good news for the district. We'll continue to monitor those numbers carefully as we get through the last 6 weeks. The last 6 weeks is going to be important to us because we have hold harmless announced now for the first 4 6 weeks, but that fifth and sixth 6 weeks are going to be the actual attendance numbers. So we'll continue to monitor those carefully and make sure that we update them. And then I just have 2 quotes that I want to bring you in this part of the presentation. This is from the Student Experience Network, and this actually hangs in my office around my board, and so I do just want to share this with you. In order to learn and thrive, students need to experience respect as valued people and thinkers. This experience of respect cannot come from interpersonal interactions alone. Although relationships are critical, it must also be embedded in practices, policies, and norms that communicate to every student that they are valued as a person and a thinker by their institution and by the education system. And then I think this is very relevant to our current situation. What we need very often, more than anything else, is a grace with one another. This grace comes from understanding how difficult this business is and from making the very best assumptions about people and their desire to change, understanding the reality of past experience and the culture so often in place. It is hard to make these changes, and we will never get it right at the very beginning. It is the giving of grace to one another that very often allows us to move through the early sticking moments and gather enough momentum to stay the course. And that comes from Patrick Dolan. And so with that, I highlight Sade Fashikin and Dwayne Street at Baghdad Elementary also earlier in the spring semester. So I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have on this section.
Board members, any questions? All right, we'll move on to our next agenda item, the student experience. You can stay up there, Dr. Gehring, because I understand you're going to be presenting us the student experience vision, strategic plan, the future of the work, and AYO, thoughts on our path forward report. That is a long title.
Yes, and I wrote it all by myself. So I want to share a little bit more on the vision part. A wise board member asked me a great question. They asked me, when I first came to the district, I had a vision for what I thought might happen. And now, 3 years later, do I feel that I have the same vision? And so I want to share a little bit of what my vision was and what my vision still is for Leander ISD, and particularly for each and every individual in our system. So we had the great good fortune of going up to Mesquite ISD last week, several of us, 8 of us actually, to experience the IO conference. And I'm going to explain a little bit more about what IO is, but it's always fun to visit another district. We got to tour some of their campuses and visit their classrooms. And it's always fascinating to see how other districts think and work, especially ones who are visionary, much like we are. Mesquite is an interesting district because it's about the same size as Leander ISD, not physically. They're a much smaller district than we are physically in terms of square miles, but they have about the same number of students. Their student body makeup is significantly different than ours, but it's fascinating to see the work that Dr. David Vrunland has done up there, especially the work that he's doing with AI and IO. But I wanted to back us up a little bit and talk about our vision and mission that we've spent essentially the last 2.5 years developing. And I say we spent the last 2.5 years developing this because it really has been a process. We've worked together diligently to understand the existing culture in the district and then to formulate what it is that we want to happen for our district as we move into the future. And so I want to focus on these 2 statements because once we build them, sometimes we kind of put them on the shelf and we forget about them. But I want to remind you that they started with formulation of the core belief statements. And you have a hard copy of these at your table that are there every single board meeting because they're important for us to refer to and to remember all the time. It really warms my heart when individuals who come to speak to the board reference the core beliefs or reference the vision and mission of the district, because that tells me that we're starting to really make an impact with what we believe. And I want to look specifically at the vision statement and the fact that it talks about our LISD community cultivating each student individually to produce the most sought-after creators of our future world. And so I want to highlight 2 things in here. We're talking about each student individually, and we're talking about them being creators of our future world. And our future world is happening right now. And sometimes we think we have to plan for the future, but really we are planning for right now. And the students who are in our system right now are the ones who are going to be those creators of our future. And so how do we accomplish that is articulated in our mission. And we are going to cultivate those individuals by first knowing and appreciating them. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that in the coming slides. And then creating this safe and supportive nurturing environment to nurture their personal growth. And we do that by partnering with each family in the community. And so we've used those core beliefs to develop this vision and mission. We then revamped our graduate profile, and you heard the Winkley students directly reference our graduate profile tonight and the work that's happening across our campuses around the graduate profile. And then under the expert guidance of Sarah and Sarah, the board has approved now a 5-year strategic plan that takes these concepts, that takes this vision and mission and puts it into action. And that's the work that we're going to be really focused on as we go forward for the next 5 years at least. And so I want to show you just a quick glimpse of what the future of work looks like. You may have seen this before, but you're going to see it again. personally, those last yellow creatures are kind of creepy to me. Not a big fan. That's not the future that's happening right now. All of that you saw is happening right now. And that's the world that our kids are entering into. And this comes from Deloitte. And so 57% of current jobs are vulnerable to automation. That's not necessarily a bad thing, because right now we're struggling to fill those positions that can be automated in our own very district. It really is about lifelong reinvention. Our kids are going to have to live with that. It used to be 30 years in 1984 that you could survive in one career. Things are changing for most of our students now in 5-year spans. The nimble enterprise or the gig economy is 43% of our workforce today, and will be 50% in a decade. So how do we prepare our students for this economic reality that's coming? We have to give our students greater agency over their learning and the work that they're going to be doing. We have to decouple from the standardization of learning. We have to continue to teach the expected standards. We are not backing off of rigor. It's just how we accomplish those standards with our students. We have to develop leadership attributes more intentionally with each and every one of our students. And we have to recognize that tailored learning truly only occurs when it's aligned to the unique qualities of the child, which is found in their passions and their aptitudes. And in order to do that, we have to know and understand each of our students. And that's exactly what we say in our mission statement. The first bullet is that we have to know and appreciate our students. And we have to understand the principles that guide the work of artificial intelligence and the power of machine learning to help us to make better human decisions. So it's not about the technology making decisions for us, but it is about the technology helping us as humans to make better connections with our students and make better decisions for our students. And so what does that look like in Leander ISD? I believe that we have to create really effective profiles for each and every one of our learners. And those learners include adults in the system. That profile has to really help us as adults and our students to get to know themselves really, really well. We can use machine learning to really help us to identify and gather and put all those pieces of data in one place and make that accessible to everyone who needs to know that, to also make sure that we keep that data safe and secure and away from those who don't need to know that information. These profiles have to be portable. They have to be able to move with our kids. They have to be able to grow and change with our kids as our kids grow and change, because they're designed to help our adults to form better relationships with our students. So it's a shortcut, if you will. And a great example is when a student moves from one grade level to the next, from one teacher to the next. And the length of time it takes for that new teacher to get to know each one of his or her students. And this building of effective profiles can really shortcut that process and help us to get to know our students and our students to get to know themselves much better from the beginning. That allows us then to work with our students to start to set goals and build personal learning plans. This is not something that we as adults have to do to our kids or for our kids. This is something that we have to help our kids to do for themselves so that they become the true lifelong learners that we want them to be. And we have to also help them to build portfolios that provide evidence of their growth and learning over time, so that by the time they leave us, they have something akin to a mastery transcript that they can take with them as they demonstrate to whatever their next step is, be that a career, the military, college, a technical school, whatever it is, that they can demonstrate who they are, what their passions and aptitudes are, what their goals are, and how they aim to achieve that through the next steps that they take in their life. And so as we visited Mesquite ISD and learned more about IO, which is a word that comes from the African continent and means great joy, and how do we bring great joy back to learning for our students? How do we make learning really meaningful for our students? How do we create healthy learning environments for our students so that they can really maximize their potential? IO is a partnership between Google Cloud, SoftServe, and SoftChoice, and has been developed by Mesquite ISD. They've made a significant financial investment in producing the tool. They're at the very beginning of their implementation. They've been working on this project for about 2.5 years, and as they started implementation in August, we got the pleasure of visiting some of their campuses and experiencing what that might look like. And so I'd like to invite some of our administrators who went with us on this trip to come to the table and perhaps share some of their experiences. They visited campuses in Mesquite ISD. And Jason volunteered to go first.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. So I was involved in the high school tour. So we went to Poteet High School in Mesquite, and there was 6 teachers. So we went to each of their classrooms and they showed us how they were using the product. After that, we kind of went to the library and talked to each of them. And one of the things that they were saying was they use this platform to get to know their students better than if they were just sitting in a classroom as 22 kids in a seat. And next year, they said, before school starts, they're able to go into the platform, look at students' interests, their passions, their achievements, and get to know them pretty well before they even step foot in the classroom, for example. And so they said that would save them, 2-3 weeks, a month of the activities and that type of thing. So they're better able to kind of tailor and personalize their learning from the get-go. So that's one of the things that I guess I took away from it.
We're using this thing? Is this working? I'll try this. So I liked, I'm a little bit of a skeptic in general, so I kind of went with is this going to work? And so but I did like that it was very strengths-based, and it helps students identify their strengths as opposed to looking at what they're not doing well with at school. And it does, as a parent, I have 2 Leander ISD kids, and I'm thinking, what would this do for my kids as a parent? And I like that it gives them more control, or not control, but more access to their data so they can learn about their strengths as well. Because I think that's one thing that I don't see as a parent, and I don't know that my kids see as students. Then I asked the teachers that I went to an elementary school, and I asked the teachers and went to all these classes, and it really was inspiring to see. And I asked them when we had the panel discussion, I was like, okay, I'll be real here. What did you think when this was brought in? Did you think this is just another thing I got to do? And of course, this one lady's like, yeah, I thought this was going to be another thing. But she said, I love it. And after we started small, we started slow. And so we're able to work with our students, and I watched them do from as young as 4-year-old in a pre-K program set a goal with their teacher in live and in person, to a 4th and 5th grader set a goal with their teacher. So, and the kids seem to really interact with it. And so for IO, if the pre-K kid who couldn't type could push record and could just say what he wanted to say in there, and it recorded the goal.
Thank you. I was also able to visit an elementary school. There were several of them, and so we all kind of split up amongst the schools. One of the things, if you don't know this about me, is I like to ask a lot of questions, and so maybe I got together with Matt beforehand and was like, here's all the questions I'm thinking of, and I had them categorized into different groups of what was I really looking for when we went there, because it's great in theory, and then I want to see what does it look like in practice. And so with those questions, loved going into the campuses, loved talking with the teachers. So we went in, we saw several different classrooms. Some, we did not see kids using the platform itself at that particular time, as in like I'm adding in my goal. But we're able to talk to a teacher who was mentoring a student on their particular goal. And so it was really great to hear the types of questions they would have. And the student really liked to help out in the classroom. And so she was working on, how do I help, but only when people ask? And so what would that look like? And she set personal goals around that. And then the teacher was mentoring her on what that could look like. And so it was really great to see them hone in on leadership skills. I will say maybe that touched this young girl's heart, not that I'm young now, but when I was young, right? Sometimes, we come across as leaders, and you often hear females be called bossy, or they like to tell people what to do. And I love this because this teacher was going in and seeing this strength and seeing it for what it was, and really teaching this student how to focus that area as a part of growth for herself and for her students. And I thought, this is so great. The other thing I looked at is they do have instruction, so they use blended learning for their instructional model, but you don't have to use blended learning for an instructional model. But it was very interesting to be able to see how they did have different instructional models and how it applies. And so when I was thinking about schools like Winkley, who's already doing UDL and some of the other ones, this would not be something in place of it. This would be something that would help support it. And so when you're thinking about passion projects, when you're thinking about how do you get the kids interested in the content area, this information is something that helps that grow. We too had a teacher panel. Like Steve, I said, okay, be real with me, tell me what's going on, and how did you feel about it? Some of them said same thing. I thought it was gonna be one more thing. I didn't have time to do it. All of these different things. And then once we got going, I realized I was already doing all of this. This was doing the back end work for me to help me understand my students. And then I also said, talk to me about your parents and how some of them felt about whether or not they wanted to use this for their students. And one of the teachers there said, I'm also a parent, and I chose not to opt in at first because I really wanted to think through some things. But when I started using it in my classroom, when I started seeing how it was benefiting the students, then I opted in to have my child now be part of this program because I see the value of what it can do, and so I want for him in this particular classroom. And so I really appreciated them being transparent about that process and where they are, what they still need to grow in, and just how they might see it being used in the future. But those were just some of the things that I looked at and was appreciative about.
Good evening, everybody. I'll be brief in my remarks. I'm by no means an expert or even prepared to make a judgment about whether we would want to use something like this just after a day and a half. But a couple of thoughts. First thought was just that it is intriguing to think about the best, most efficient and effective way to pull information from so many different, I would call them data points, but they're not all like data in the numerical sense of the word. Yes, you can pull in test scores, you can pull in interest surveys, you can pull in what projects that the theme from projects that students have picked, the methods that they've used to demonstrate mastery. You can design the types of data that go into the system, and then it's used to inform students of possibilities related to what their interest areas might lead to in ways that they normally wouldn't think. From that, just the idea that it can transcend the limitations of experience of one counselor or one teacher in the classroom. Akin to the idea of when some kids are little, they're thinking, oh, I want to be a policeman or a fireman or a lawyer or a doctor, to the idea of there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of occupations out there, and there's tons of new ones that are going to happen, but that this system has access to all of that information and uses the information that's input into the system to provide thoughts and ideas and suggestions for students to explore further. The second piece to that is that when I also went to an elementary school, that how important the building the student agency piece is this. They really were focused on the leadership attributes and how students drive and direct and have confidence and be assertive about the things that they are interested in and want to do. That is so important to pair those things together in my mind, because the last thing I want to do is have a computer spit out, take some information and spit out for a kid that, you're going to be a sanitation engineer. And, you type it back in again, same answer. We want just to provide the ideas, to provide more and more ideas for them to explore and research and look at and think about and try out, and just really expand the spectrum of what the possibilities are, until, with the idea that paired with the leadership attributes, they have the best chance and potential of discerning for themselves in the most informed, transparent way what they like, what they're good at, and what their interests and passions are, and what they want to pursue.
All right, thank you so much. You guys can return to your seats if you choose, so you don't have to be on your best behavior. So the power of data and AI and machine learning in particular is that the machine can take large amounts of data, make sense of it much quicker than we can as humans, and then provide insights for us to make better human decisions. And so I'll give you a couple of quick examples, very solid examples of what that might look like. So one of the things that this tool can do is it has a social emotional check-in on an app. And kids can check in as often as every period of the day to let the system know how they're feeling, how they're doing. And that data then gets generated over time. And the system will start to pick up on patterns. And so, for instance, it might pick up on the fact that a child is feeling bad at a particular time of the day. And then the machine's job is not to decide why that child is feeling bad, but simply to nudge the humans involved to ask the questions. So if a child is feeling particularly bad every single morning, it might beg the question, is the child eating breakfast before they come to school? And if they're not, can we do something about that? If the child is feeling particularly bad at a particular time in the afternoon, is there another reason that that's happening? Is it a particular class that's affecting this child? What is it, right? So it can help to nudge us to ask better questions and to intervene in a more timely manner. One of the very powerful ways that I think it could help is we've talked a lot about the planning that students need as they transition from 5th to 6th grade, and then again from 8th to 9th grade. And this tool could be very powerful in really gathering a lot of information around what the students' interests and passions and aptitudes are, and helping to start to lay out options. I think one of the things we don't do well at 5th grade in particular is help students and their parents to understand what all the options are and what the consequences of the decisions that they make about the courses that they choose as they go into middle school are as they go through their high school path. I think it also provides opportunities for us to understand what could happen if we did a particular path, right? If we were able to hone in on that passion early and start the articulation of high school classwork in the middle school, does that create space at the end of high school for those students to enter into internships and job shadowing opportunities to really hone and understand if that's something that they really want to do or not do? The other power of the data is that it's not limited only to that student's data, but it's expansive across all students in our system, and then potentially at some point against all students in other systems who are using this data as well. That's not that we're sharing data or comparing, but that we're able to ask questions like, for other students who are in a similar position, what have they tried and what has been successful? And so it starts to help to better inform as we go forward what that might look like. So I want to give you a quick idea of what this student profile might look like. And this is as simple as a Google site that is individualized for every child. And I'm just going to run you through this exceptionally quickly. It starts with a home screen that is the learner portfolio or learner profile, and it just lists some demographics, some of hobbies and interests, extracurricular activities, and then a little section about what I want my teachers to know about me. I am by no means saying, number one, that we intend to use this particular tool or this particular example. This is just one example of what a profile might look like. And then we might have different sections of this. Some demographic data, that is the more traditional demographic data. There might be health data associated with this, discipline data, attendance data. Everything in one place for the student and their parents, and then the adults who need to know this information in one place. We have a strengths and interests and passion part. This is where IO could play in. They have a strong interests and passions and what they call then potentials section in their tool. But there are other ways to do that too, through what we use as Gallup strengths, through learning styles and some of those things. Their academic data can reside in here, and that could be standards-based learning reports for our younger students that we have in place already, grade report cards that are pulling directly from our existing systems for our older students. Their testing histories could be in here. We'd include things like MAP results and iStation, iSIP results, all of those pieces of information that are important for our students and the adults to know. I think I've talked to you once before about the Mastery Transcript Consortium and the work that they do around ultimately developing a profile of students as they exit our system that really paints a picture of their strengths and their abilities and their passions and interests, as opposed to just a list of courses and grades that go along with that. And we'll be exploring things like the Mastery Transcript Consortium in more detail as we go through this process. Students have the ability to set their own goals. IO does a great job of this in their particular tool, but that's not the only way to do that. And personal goals include not only listing those goals, but also then developing action steps and timelines, and then also tracking progress towards meeting those goals, whatever they are that those students are setting for themselves. Under this learning portrait part, this would be our graduate of a profile. Our graduate profile sections would come under here and start to list out the ways that those students are meeting those portions of the graduate profile. This particular one has them broken down by different levels. Like you've seen in ours, we have ours broken down by grade level bands and even all the way through to our adults in the system. And then it also attaches a learner portfolio. And this is, hopefully, didn't happen. There we go. This is a place for our students to showcase their very best work and can include things like research projects that they've done, but also non-academic things like where they volunteer and how they keep track of what will eventually then turn into the resume that they use in their college applications. And then the really cool thing about the AI is the way that it can help us to point kids in the right direction. And so they will have a section potentially in their profile that will start to point them into what direction do they want to take as they take the next step in their life. And there are a lot of tools that can help students to understand their interests, then develop their passions over time, and then connect those to what their future goals are and for the areas of interest that they want to take as they prepare for their next step. So I don't want to leave you with the impression that we're making any kind of decisions or any specific direction in terms of specific tools or products in this space. I did just want to share a little bit of what that vision is as we go forward. This is all inside the strategic plan. This is nothing new, but I wanted to give you a little bit of a picture of what that might look like as we start to flesh out these examples and opportunities. Thank you, Madam President. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, board members?
I do have one. So what happens when the student graduates? Do they get to keep this? Where does it go?
Correct. That's one of the things that we really want, is for it to be portable so that the student can take their final product with them. There's also, this development of all the skills that are in our graduate profile. And part of doing that, I think, is every student having a student-led conference every year where they explain to their parents where they are in their journey and how they're progressing in terms of meeting their goals. I think we need to have benchmark exhibitions inside that system somewhere at 5th grade, at 8th grade, and perhaps at 10th grade that are much bigger exhibitions to a more realistic and more inclusive audience, where they're starting to invite experts in the fields of interests and passions that they're developing to come and view their work and to help point them in different directions. And I think ideally we'd love to see them doing a senior portfolio or a senior exhibition where they really are showcasing their development over time in our system and making that connection between where they're going next.
Thank you.
I personally would like to see how this works with our special populations. I've been trying to look all over the internet for it. It looks like a great program, and it kind of resembles what our special programs do already with the IEP and whatnot. But I'm just curious, like, how is that going? I'm just wondering how it works. My brain works. I need to see it. So we don't have to answer that now, but I kind of want to just get an idea of, like, are you going to have to put in an ARD, like this, steps for this program? Like, I'm just trying to see how this all ties in. And my other question is it's going to collect data and stuff, so I'm probably going down the weeds, which I do. This data that's collecting for each of these students, like, will we use that for evaluations, for interventions? Is that part of their running records that we look at for students that need interventions? That's kind of where I'm going.
Yeah, those are great questions, and we have not fleshed out any of those details yet. Mesquite ISD has worked through quite a few of those issues already. We've had several conversations with them. We've been talking to them for a little over a year. But we continue to explore those details, and we'll continue to have those conversations. Those are great questions.
There's parts of it that I really like. There's parts that I have concerns about that, I guess as we flesh things out, I'd want to know more about and what our intentions are there. I will say that our family pays for like a service like this for all we did for all of our children, and it's basically we hire a college career coach when they're a freshman that kind of does this for them, for the 4 years, and does this with them and does this process. And it's really valuable in college applications, resume building, helping them look at different career paths, pick colleges, pick career paths. And I've often thought, gosh, this is an amazing tool as we go through it that we know that not every family can afford to do. And so those pieces of it really, really intrigue me, that it's really beneficial to be able to provide something like that. So many families that have college coaches, and we have college coaches through LEAF, but it's limited. So a lot of this does a lot of that career college plan preparation. But like I said, I think some of my type of, hesitation that came through was on some of that information. Like, what are we going to do with that? Where is that going to go? Who's going to see that? Just all of those things, which I know we still have to, think through and flesh out. I do like the part where Dr. Carlin talked about the process of parents opting in, and I think that would be really, really important to let people participate if they want, when they want, and let them take their, move into it in their own time. And one part that might be interesting as well, and I don't know if Mesquite has thought about this, as parents opt in for certain portions. Like, when you opt in, you're like, hey, I'm okay with this piece and this piece, but I don't want my child participating in this piece and this, I don't want this information in there. I think like for all the testing, you know, we get the STAR test and we get the district assessments and we get grades, and a lot of times you're trying to pull that all together and you're like, I don't know what I did with that. You know, I have 3 kids, I can't keep track of all that. I don't even, and so there's parts of that I think would just, like I said, I think it would be really important for parents to have to opt in, and then I'd like the ability or something to consider of opting in at different touch points at their comfort level.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a couple of comments around data. These will be similar to some that you've already heard. I think it's important to consider what information we're asking for and how we use it. I think this is where some of our families may have some deep concerns about the kinds of questions that get asked and what information is captured. And I think it's important to have a high level of participation if this becomes kind of a system of record, which means we need to think very carefully about how we craft what information is collected in a way that it is broadly acceptable to our community. So that means that certain kinds of questions and certain data would be off limits. We wouldn't build that into our system. The second primary concern for me around the data is I imagine there's a lot of motivation for Google to partner in providing these kinds of services because they can access a lot of data. I don't know, and I would like to better understand what they have access to. I suspect even if it's anonymized data, there's a treasure trove of information in there for Google. I'm not opposed to them getting something out of the equation, but I'm very concerned about how some companies like Google might know us and our children better than we know ourselves and use that information in the future. So I'm a little concerned about that and want to understand that in some additional detail.
I appreciate that, and I share your concerns, and that's why we're stepping so slowly and carefully. We've been having these conversations for a while. We're not taking any kind of action on any of this yet, but it really is helpful for me to get the feedback and to hear the questions as we go through this, and that's part of the reason I wanted to bring it to you tonight.
So I'm trying to understand how it works vis-a-vis what's being done right now. So like, for example, how student progress is tracked, their beginning of year, middle of year, end of year, and all their TEKS alignment and progress. And is all of that being fed into this system? Is there like one gathering? Is this a central spot, or are we still going to have all this mishmash and making sure that it's not causing extra work for people?
Yeah, so that really is the idea behind this, is to pull all of that data into one spot where it's easily accessible for both the student and the parent and those individuals who need that data. And also, you know, to everybody's point, this is highly sensitive data, and so we'd be working with it very carefully. But yeah, the whole point is to have easy access to it in formats that are understandable and that are useful.
AYO?
AYO.
Why? Like, what made you and your admin go that route?
So we haven't gone that route, so let me be very clear. So this is something that I'm sharing with you. I've been looking for a tool that does this kind of work for a long time, and have not found one that came close to doing what I believe it needs to do. I think this product comes the closest that I've seen. That doesn't mean that it's the perfect solution. They never are. One of the powers that lie behind this particular model is the ability for the flexibility and adaptability to an individual district's needs. They demonstrated that pretty clearly to us over the 2 days. They have a base system that you begin with, but then every district gets a like a copy of that, and then that gets customized to the district. At some point, the district has the opportunity to share what they produce and the things that are working particularly well back to the mothership, so to speak, so that other districts can benefit from that. But really, this base model is what Mesquite ISD has helped to develop and invested a lot of resources into developing. And so that just gives us the opportunity to tap in, not at the ground floor, but really at that first level of iteration. But I believe we're early enough in that iteration to be able to make it personalized and customized to our district. And so that's another part of the reason that we're interested at this time.
Well, a lot of, I mean, not all of it, but some of the stuff that was presented on here was some of the learning profile that I saw at Winkley yesterday with the fourth graders, and how they've kind of already, that team has started kind of a, organic project like that. So it's kind of really cool to see like what it could be and what it is now. And it does align, like these students were excited. Like one student was tracking her second grade report. So
I'm glad you brought that up, because Sarah Martinez has been working with pilots of our own version of this inside the district already in several different places, with small groups of students and small groups of teachers, with lots of permission, of course. And so we're already starting to iterate that on the inside, and starting to know and understand what it would take to really implement this at scale.
Awesome.
Well, I also appreciate you saying that with parent permission and discussion, that's always important. I think from what I'm hearing the board say, and I saw a lot of head nodding, we don't want to see extra work for teachers, like duplicative steps. Would like to see reports go with the students if there are those work-ready resume type things. How would it work with our special programs? We're a fan of the opt-in idea and then the data that we're collecting. And I will double down on that. We know we did a legislative priority on keeping our data safe. And so that is something that's very important to the board. And so as we want to step carefully. As I was looking at different pieces, what I kept thinking about is we have some of this in different forms in our system. We already have the HAC, where my son goes in and looks at his grades and sees what he needs. And then I say, baby doll, we can't have any more M's, go fix that. So we have some student records in there, and some communication tools in that. I do agree from what you're talking about as far as students putting their goals in there, really owning their learning, then our HAC would be incomplete in that place. I'm not a biggest fan of like a sole vendor platform. So I would love to know there are other vendors out there that would do something. It's not just one vendor that has the perfect answer. But what I think I hear you saying is we've looked at different ones. This is the one we've seen so far, but y'all haven't settled on anything. I love the idea that we're looking in-house too, because if we can do it, I always appreciate that. And I do get a bit, I'm just going to use the word squeamish when we talk about SEL with AI, because social emotional learning is such an individual, subjective, like there's such a human element to that. I would argue to do it well. So that part, I'm not sure about how that would work or really be supportive, or would that really be helpful for our students, or even match well enough that it's not duplicative of some of the programs we've already put in place that are amazing that our teachers are doing. But I do also see some of the benefits of this, which is, again, that building that portfolio for the students. I remember I was in one of our classroom campus connections, and I saw in middle school they were doing the Rube Goldberg project, and as they're doing the project, they also need to take their project, talk about how they're doing it, how they develop it, shoot a video, and put it all on. And I don't remember if it was actually YouTube or Google Classroom, but they had to develop and do all that because that was going to go with them. That was part of their student portfolio, and that was exciting. And so that's really cool to see that potential. So, and thank you. I meant to start off to say thank you for bringing this to the board to get our input now, not going too far down the road before we kind of all got to talk about it. So I appreciate you doing that.
Well, I appreciate your summary. I'm going to go back and watch that clip over and again to make sure that we start to address these things. So thank you very much for your time tonight.
All right, board members, are any other questions? If not, we'll move on to our next agenda item. We'll go to governance, connecting LISD strategic plan, and superintendent evaluation process discussions. There are a lot of moving parts, but I've been told we're not going to go deep in all of them. We're just kind of getting a little sample of all of them, and then we'll move on. Did I sum that up all right, Dr. Grissom?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. All right. Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Gearing. We are here, I am here tonight to talk about all of these different pieces and how we can actually get alignment between the strategic plan, the superintendent evaluation process, the board agenda planning calendar, and actually some other pieces that you're going to see throughout this. So as Madam President mentioned, we are really just going to be talking about process tonight. Just want to lay out what we are thinking as we move forward in this alignment, and getting your thoughts and feedback to help drive this process, because ultimately it is about supporting work that you have asked for, and so we want to make sure it's going to meet your needs. So as you know, we have our strategic plan that was adopted in February, and you have at your seat your hard copy to tab and take with you and reference. And it is just so exciting, and I just love listening tonight from the beginning of our meeting all the way through. You hear components in the strategic plan that are mentioned from our students, and even just now from Dr. Gearing as we think about what could be. So again, this is thinking about the process of how do we get this alignment between the strategic plan, the superintendent evaluation, but then also board purpose and goals and your own evaluation, including the board meetings and what we talk about here. So we're going to talk through what does that process look like to reach that alignment. So as Dr. Martinez and I were thinking this through, really we leaned into some work that we've been engaging with our principals. So we have actually been working with principals on a theory of action. This actually comes from the University of Washington Center for Educational Leadership. And as you can see there, it lays out that if principals do X, then the teachers will be able to do Y, so that students will be able to, and I put in here, learn at high levels. The power of the theory of action is that this actually, you start on the right-hand side. You define first, what is it that you want to see students doing? What do you want to see them exhibiting in their learning? And then you work backwards. So if that's what you want students to be doing, then teachers, what do they need to be doing to create that experience? And then once you define what teachers should be doing, then what do principals need to be doing to support that? So it works backwards, really focused on student level. So we then took this and applied it at a much bigger macro level. So if you will indulge me, we're going to work through what does this look like at that district level. So if Board of Trustees do X, then superintendent will be able to do Y, so that we will realize the vision, mission, and graduate profile. So that's kind of taking that a little bit to that macro level. And so, again, if we're going to start all the way on the right, so that we will realize the vision, mission, and graduate profile. That was something that has been defined by you all as to what we want to see in our district, and is operationalized in our strategic plan. So our success criteria for actually achieving and realizing that vision, mission, and graduate profile is the evidence is captured in that strategic plan. So that's our success criteria. So then we start working backwards from there. If that's what we want to realize, oops, sorry, wrong way. Then what does the superintendent need to be doing in order to drive us to that realization? And the success criteria of that would actually be documented in his evaluation. So the superintendent evaluation would be crystal clear and aligned to that strategic plan in order for us to realize the vision, mission, and graduate profile. So then if we have that defined, then what do Board of Trustees need to do to help support and drive the superintendent actions that will, in order to realize the vision, mission, and graduate profile? And the success criteria for that would be identified in board purpose, board goals and evaluation, and also board meeting agendas. It's what we want to be talking about here together should help drive all of this work. So you see this beautiful alignment between all of these various components, so trying to pull it all together. So what's interesting is that we are building the plane as we are flying, right? So I am very much a linear sequential thinker, and so I like processes to go, straight forward. That's not where we are. We're in a messy process, and that's okay. We're going to lean into this as we work together through this. So we have already defined that right side of the theory of action. We have already defined the vision, mission, graduate profile, and the strategic plan. So now we have to work backwards. So where are we with the superintendent piece? So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Gearing for just a second.
So thank you, Dr. Grissom. Right now, we have the current evaluation tool in place for this year. And we're in the process of the formative evaluation piece. We said we would start to bring back reports to you in April. And in fact, we've been doing that already. So in your board book, you have another attachment which lists out the superintendent evaluation presentation schedule for the spring as we head towards a June summative evaluation, perhaps in June, perhaps in July, just depending how the data comes in, especially in the summer. So if you want to have a look in that particular report, I'm just going to run through some of the things that we've done already, and I'll let you examine that a little bit more on your own as well about the things that are up and coming. But just a quick reminder, so part one is on the reports on student performance. We have really four main things under that heading. We have HB3 updates. We've already brought you some of those in February. We'll be bringing those back to you again in June. Our ISIP and MAP data is something that we've shared with you already from the middle of the year and the beginning of the year, and you started to see the growth of our students over time. You started to hear us talking about the process that we went through with our campus principals in terms of looking at individual student data and making sure that we're tracking each individual student in the district. And then, of course, we'll have our STAR results that will come out in the commissioner's template sometime in the month of July. And then we have key performance indicators that have been identified as engaging our diverse community by fostering positive relationships through reciprocal communication and collaboration. And you can start to see things like engagement opportunities for community voice and input. We brought you some presentations through our strategic planning process in February. We continue to update you through board memos. And we continue to bring different presentations to you. These presentations are not all going to be labeled as, here's superintendent evaluation connected to this particular thing. Some of these are presentations that are happening just in the course of us doing business. I think that's why it's important that we see this holistically and that we're making the connection between what's in the superintendent evaluation and the work that I'm doing at the district level with what the board is doing and what we're doing together as a governance team, and especially during board meetings. And that's why we're going to be examining much more carefully what's on our board agenda, annual planning calendar, because that becomes truly critical in this process of connecting all of these pieces together. The messy part that Dr. Grissom doesn't particularly like, and that I do particularly like, is the fact that these things don't happen nice and sequentially. They happen kind of all at one time. And so especially when you're building the model, it feels really kind of awkward because the different pieces are starting to slot together, but they have to be happening at the same time. And so it would be nice for us to just say, here's this piece and we're done with that. It would be nice for us to just say, here's this piece and we're done with that, and now we can move on to the next piece. But all of this is happening all at the same time. And so it feels a little awkward and messy, but as we get through the process, we want to make sure that the board especially has adequate time to start to have conversations about this before you get to summative evaluation in June and July. So that's the purpose of this presentation. We have also put an item in the closed agenda for you to be able to have more conversations about the pieces of the reporting that you're getting and to start to formulate your ideas about what that final evaluation may look like in June and July. but we don't want you to only have one opportunity to do that later on in a board meeting. We want you to have multiple opportunities as we start to bring you this data. So we're going to leave it at tonight. Here are the pieces of information that you've already received in presentations throughout the year. We know what the tool looks like. You'll have some time in closed session to talk about that a little bit. And I would imagine that Alexis, as the secretary who's recording some of these things, is going to have some ideas for how you might be able to start to articulate what that may look like and what kinds of actions you'll take in not actions that you'll take in closed session, but what kind of ideas you'll start to put together so that you're not doing all of the work at a single lift when you get to June and July. So I'm happy to answer any questions on that portion, and then I'll turn it back over to Dr. Grissom.
So I really appreciate this. I think this is probably something that came out of some conversations that I've had and requests that I've had. And so just really on the agendas as we go forward, you know, having that little snippet of this is part of Bruce's evaluation or the summative evaluation, so then I can take better notes as we go on throughout the year in our comments, and just so I can kind of track it a little better, and then when we get to that point, it's not hard work all at once. And so that's the request I made, and I know that kicked off this process. And so I really appreciate the hard work, and I know it's messy, and I know it's a change from standard operating procedure, but I really do appreciate this, and I really, I'd meant to print this, so I will print this, but I plan on having a binder and just kind of inserting our notes as we go so that we're prepared for that process.
And the only other thing I'll just remind you of is that the tool that we're using right now for superintendent evaluation is just kind of a stopgap as we get to what Dr. Grissom is talking about in this process, which is a superintendent evaluation tool that's much more tightly aligned to strategic plan. And I think we'll specifically be talking in one-year segments about what are the most important things for us to be focused on in the year that we go ahead, in order for us to make sure that we're achieving this long 5-year vision that's inside the strategic plan.
And if I can add 3 bullet points and see if I can do it quick. The tool we are using will change. The process we are setting up now, we're not planning to change, so the process will stay the same. The discussions tonight will kind of start and kick that off. Bless you. And I anticipate then, based on these discussions, and maybe in discussions tonight, that we will see the superintendent's evaluation update report in closed session more frequently as we're doing those summative versus formative evaluation. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Dr. Grissom.
All right, thank you so much. So then, yes, as Dr. Gehring mentioned, then this summer we will actually go through a process where we will refine the tool to actually align more closely to the strategic plan, and really thinking about what does the superintendent need to do in order for us to make sure that we're driving improvement on that in that strategic plan. So we'll get super specific around that. What are the things that we want to elevate maybe for this particular upcoming school year, and we'll work through a process together this summer for that. So that's where you start to see that alignment between those pieces. But yes, Madam President, the process as far as a formative assessment and evaluation throughout will definitely keep in place. So then let's talk about Board of Trustees. So these 2 charts may look familiar. We pulled these from our board retreat. If you recall, we did some work with David Langford, and one of the very first tools that he took you through was a consensogram, and it was optimization of the district and optimization of the board. So this was some feedback that you all had given us in December. And so I wanted to put these up here because as we think about this theory of action and the alignment process that we're working towards, it is all about driving improvement on these 2 charts, right? So how do we optimize the district, and how do we optimize our time together as a board? And so part of that process, and what we definitely have heard from Board of Trustees, is a desire to look at what do we spend our time talking about here in meetings. And so their request was to look at the board agenda planning calendar. So knowing that we have a strategic plan in place and knowing that we want to create alignment, we actually want to engage in a process to define what is the most important work that we want to be talking about here that, again, aligns to the superintendent evaluation, aligns to the strategic plan. And so Dr. Martinez and I worked through what would that process be. And so in very simple terms, as we were looking at it, it is taking that board purpose. So why is the team of 8 here coming together and engaging in work? And then also with the vision, mission, and graduate profile. So the why do we come together and what do we want to accomplish? And that really should drive the board agendas, right? So knowing that we would actually then engage in an affinity of what should we spend our time discussing in board meetings, go through an affinity and prioritize. Then Dr. Martinez and I will take all of that information and actually draft up an annual planning calendar based off of what you said was the most important work, knowing there's going to be compliance pieces that we need to fit in. So we'll build those in, but what we also have heard from discussion is that there's so much more than the compliance pieces that you want to be talking about. So how do we prioritize that and make sure we are maximizing the time that we are together? So that is definitely our process that we're looking for. But you see it notes on there about board purpose. So if you also recall at our board retreat, you started the work of defining what's the board purpose. And so this was a P3 tool, and it was, what is the purpose of the board? And you identified, and you see the list up there, and you hot dotted and prioritized what did you see as the most important purpose for coming together. And what you see is just some of the things that rose to the top about unleashing potential, listening and engaging, student learning, vision and mission, improve, enhance, and optimize the system, advocate, student success, and so on. So we really want to continue this work that you all started and actually define a purpose statement. We know that education code and policy actually dictates the duties of the Board of Trustees. But what's at the heart of why you come together? What's the heart of the work that you are engaged in? And that's really what we want to do with the purpose statement. And using that, because then we can lean on using that to drive the board agenda planning calendar, but also being able to look at, as you think about board goals, as you think about your own board evaluation as well. So what has seemed to work well for us in the past is to have a small group of people come together and take the feedback from the whole board and draft a statement. So Dr. Martinez and I were looking for 2 or 3 volunteers who would like to engage in that work to take this feedback that's pictured right here, draft a purpose statement for the board, and then bring that back for the board consideration.
Dr. Grissom, I'm so thankful for our board. They're on so many committees right now. We have a very active board. And my question is this like just a couple of meetings or what we're talking about? Can we expect to see this at because I know there's other steps. So is this something that we're expecting will be at on our next agenda, just a follow-up to bring back to the whole board?
Yes, ma'am. The idea was that we would bring it back at the next board meeting, and I anticipate it's a one-time commitment.
Board members? I see Christine, Alexis, and Sade. There you go.
All right. Well, thank you so much. So we will be getting with you, the 3 of you, to set up a time to work through this. And so just to reiterate, by the end of this process, we are going to have a superintendent evaluation that is aligned to the strategic plan. We will have a board purpose statement that allows the board to evaluate and optimize the optimization of meetings and of the board work, and board agenda planning calendar that's aligned to board purpose, strategic plan, and superintendent evaluation. So that's what we're looking for over
all of the next meeting.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We may need
I made her stumble on her words. So. No, it's great. Thank you. You're fine. Thank you so much, Dr. Grissom.
So I will open it up if there's any other thoughts or discussion, just takeaways for us to process.
All the heads are down, not making eye contact. I think they're done with this one. Thank you, Dr. Grissom.
Thank you so much.
They're worried we're going to ask them to be on another committee. All right, board members, we'll move on to the next agenda item. Speaking of committees, the Long Range Planning Committee update.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees. Yes, we get to talk about another committee to which our board members volunteer their time, and we thank them so much. So we are here tonight. As you know, we came in December and we presented an exercise where we looked at what would it look like if we maximized facility utilization. And we received quite a bit of feedback from those exercises. And at that evening, President Bodie summarized and asked that we convene a committee of administrators and board members to draft a long-term 10-year plan that would help us address future needs. So that's what we're here tonight, is just to provide a quick update as to where we are in that process. Obviously, this is not something that we could also do in one meeting. While it would have been nice, this is something that we've had 4 meetings together, and the first 2 we really spent some time defining what we were here to do, what was our purpose. We utilized some continuous improvement tools and really sat down and agreed upon what was the purpose by which we were going to spend our time together. And this is the statement that you see on the screen right now, and it really was to develop a plan that focused on student learning, was anchored in our core beliefs, but also helped us to look uniquely at those student access to learning experiences, optimizing our facilities, always remaining fiscally responsible, and looking at those changes in population over time, knowing that parts of our district are growing at very rapid rates while other parts have a completely different population trend. So lots and lots of conversations occurring, but that was kind of our purpose. It took us 2 meetings to get there. So once we were able to get there, we've kind of started to dig into some data. So I want to thank Mrs. Grimes, Mr. Johnson, and Mrs. Smith for serving on here with us. We meet every couple of weeks over at Cedar Park High School and engage in these conversations. I'm also very blessed to have the administrators listed on the screen there, Dr. Bentz, Ms. Carlene, Mr. Dissler, and Ms. Lombardo with us. And so we have a great time every few weeks sitting down looking at data together, working on our plan. We have met, like I said, in January and February. We have 2 more meetings currently scheduled, but I have a feeling we probably will be continuing this work. So President Bodie, to your question earlier about how long do some of these committees go, this is one that is taking some time to get our plan together. So here's kind of what we've done so far. As I said, in our first couple of meetings, we really looked at what was our purpose and then really started to operationally define what our work was going to be together. We all have passions and things that we care about and things that we want to see. And as we've listened to Mr. Dissler speak for many years, getting everybody's preferences together is almost near impossible. And so we really had to talk about what were those parameters that were going to guide us. Some of those have risen are neighborhood schools, looking at the not eligible for transportation zones, looking at feeder patterns, minimizing changes over time. And so as you've seen as board members, it's impossible to get everybody everything they want. So we really have to look holistically at this as a district. So we've been able to look at some current enrollment data. We also took that data and projected it out over 10 years using those current attendance zones. We're looking at functional capacity. We're looking at programs that we offer on campuses, portable usage, and then of course land that's currently owned by Leander ISD for future builds. That's kind of where we are right now. I cannot show you a plan at this moment. We are in the process of, again, taking all of this rich data and engaging in those conversations. But I do want to let our board members kind of share where they are and the discussion. I just wanted to provide you a quick update.
All right, board members.
Would you mind going over the parameters that we set in that board meeting? That committee meeting, I believe it was the second or third one. We set parameters in place so the other board members are aware what was set. So when we go forward with rezoning exercises, they get an understanding of why we asked for certain rezoning.
Yes, ma'am, and I'll be happy to share this with y'all as well. We talked about zoning being the net zones, which was the not eligible for transportation zones. We wanted to look at maximizing facilities, which we defined as minimizing the number of empty seats on a campus. We wanted to look at stability over time, so neighborhoods who have been frequently moved, we wanted to minimize that change. We wanted to look at feeder patterns. And then we wanted to create space for choice. And that was important for the group, was to really look at creating that space to make sure that we were honoring student choice.
And as you're going through this, I'm curious, how do you balance that of not being too prescriptive for CFAC? Because what we want is our community input. If our community's not making the decisions or the buy-ins, it's really hard to go and say, okay, well, now we want you to do a bond. We need our community to tell us what they want to bond on. That's how it works. So how do we help, or how's the committee balancing that of taking and giving kind of guidelines for CFAC, but not being overly prescriptive? And I think that's just a hard balance. I'm just curious how that's working.
So I know this is board members doing this work, but I think being in the community and being on the 2017 bond committee, I bring a lot of that community feedback. Like, I was part of that process, and we've heard like schools of choice and maximizing facilities like from that bond committee, and that was all made up of parents and community members at the time. And so a lot of those parameters that we talked about and discussed was a lot of that just historical knowledge that I have had and worked with from community members over time. And so I think it sets us up for a really good path to maximize existing facilities but manage our growth in a fiscally responsible way, and do that with that knowledge of, in 2017 we had parents saying we need schools of choice or magnet schools or whatever they wanted to call them, and we've landed at schools of choice. But we've started hearing that feedback back in 2017, so I think it's nice that we have that as a parameter and a launching point, but we're not saying what the school of choice is. I mean, I will gladly give you my opinions. I'm very passionate about some of those opinions, but we're not just saying, okay, this is the only option, right? But we're saying we're going to open this up, and then we can have community buy-in and feedback on what some of those options or programs could be, and what would work at what building. And so I think that helps us. But it wasn't just like, oh, I just made this up. But I've been hearing those conversations and been in those conversations for a long, long time.
There's that presentation that I saw. It was I think it was D Week or some other group that did it November 2018 and April 2019. So there's been all other input from the community in the past. Some of it led to, we have the early college high school now, but there were other options that were discussed then. So it would be nice to leverage some of those and send it to a new, use that as input to whoever is doing the work now, so they don't rehash work that has already been done.
I know at least what we've talked about, we are using all that existing data, and I know in the last board meeting I asked for an update as far as what the community would like schools of choice, because our community's changed. As far as what you asked for CFAC, at least my understanding, this group, we're doing the hard, dirty work, getting into the weeds. Sorry. And my understanding is we're getting all the messy work done, and I know at the next meeting we've asked for a couple scenarios to come forth as far as rezoning as utilization of space and our parameters. And it's my understanding then, at least I would like to see CFAC then get in, because they did a great job last time, right? And that data is still there. However, things have changed. And my hope for this committee was to be able to do all the dirty work, right? Messy work. And that way we give them a nice, clean data slate, whatever you like to call it. And then they can, we then empower the CFAC to then decide, well, maybe we do put a school over here at this facility, or maybe, there's utilization of space at this, maybe a school of choice here. Not necessarily a specific school of choice, but again, giving them that community input, that power to that committee, but we're doing all the dirty work. So does that make sense?
So just to clarify, were you talking about identifying space that can be used for choice, but not exactly what it's going to be used for? That would be a different project. That's administration, right? We've asked Jimmy and his team to put together a complete scenario rezone map, right? There's different scenarios. It's one with, high school number 7, high school maybe not number 7. What does a school of choice look like into that? But
as far as what we're doing, and correct me if I'm wrong, Aaron and Alexis, like what we're trying to look for is, say, some of our schools in this central area, elementary, declining enrollment. What does that look like? Alexis had a fantastic idea. I'm not going to take your thunder. Fabian. And so it's kind of just figuring out, getting a bigger picture of, okay, so we've got declining enrollment at certain schools. We've got lots of enrollment up here. What can we do to ensure that we're maximizing the facilities we have without, building extra schools when we really don't need them? I hope I answered your question.
So just a couple of thoughts. I don't want to spend too much time here because this is meant to be a brief update, right? We'll have more later. The work that we're doing today in this group is meant to set the table for future conversations about utilization of space. And as it relates to schools of choice, we're not trying to bite off what those programs should be or any of those kinds of things. We're trying to set the table for those conversations by identifying where space might exist. So the board as a whole can sit down and have conversations about how we want to use those spaces, right? And what, if any, construction may be required to fit those spaces for future intended uses and those kinds of things. As it relates to the schools of choice discussion over time, from my perspective, the work that's been done on this in the past has been, I'll say, episodic, and I would call it a little thin, right? I don't think we have robust feedback from our community about this. We have episodic feedback from our community and sometimes small parts of our community and some of our committees and other organizations, but I don't know that we have a strong foundation as it relates to schools of choice feedback from our community. I think there's a separate task that we need to execute around that feedback. I've always felt like we need to kind of seed that conversation with, here are some ideas, here's what they could look like. These are just samples, but these are, again, table setters, right? Conversation starters, and then get the community to react to those and provide us feedback about what's not on the list and what they would be willing. And generally, when we say schools of choice, we're saying, what would you be willing to potentially drive your student further than your zoned school to participate in, right? And those are the kinds of, that's the level of interest that has to exist to support those programs. So I think if we position it that way and present that to our community for feedback, then I think we'll be in a much stronger position to figure how we want to go forward.
Couple of questions. When you talked about the parameters for that zoning, one of the ones that I didn't hear that I wanted I'm curious if y'all talked about this, is, you talked about minimizing empty seats, space for choice, those types of things. Neighborhood schools are really important to me. I think it's important to a lot of us. I think they're kind of the foundation of one of the things that makes LISD so special and unique is we do have neighborhood elementary schools. And so when we're looking at this type of rezoning, are we considering what that looks like for neighborhood schools? And one of the things that I've had a lot of parents ask me, and we know how this works, when we talk about budget, people have heard that we're cutting all of this program, and then we have people coming and giving comments, and we're just like, where is this coming from? One of the things that I keep hearing is we're concerned about declining enrollment, which we are, but we are talking about creative ways, and that we're talking about closing schools and selling land and selling buildings. And so is that part of the conversation that we're having when we're talking about this rezoning, is getting rid of some of our schools? And are we talking about, when we talk about minimizing empty seats, I thought we were talking about how can we utilize that space for schools of choice? How can we, instead of, building another office building, move all of certain departments into, you know, finding other creative uses for space. But a lot of the questions that I've been getting is like, hey, I've heard y'all are gonna, you know, we've heard this before, that we already sold the Treviso land and we sold it and things are being built there, which is not true. Just saying that right now, that's not true. I'm just, when we talk about rezoning, can y'all talk to me about when we talk about neighborhood schools and what y'all are talking about in regards to minimizing those empty seats and that discussion of closing campuses and things like that?
I would say we haven't gotten into the details as much as may be required to fully answer that question, but I would say our commitment to neighborhood schools hasn't changed, right? We're not contemplating more transportation and less neighborhood school effects, right? And that's principally elementary schools. When we talk about middle schools and high schools, it's still neighborhood by concept, right? But it's a much bigger neighborhood. And I don't see what we're doing here dramatically changing the concept of neighborhood schools. It does potentially change which schools those are, right? And so, in other words, if we've got too many schools, we may choose to turn one off as an elementary school and rezone to create new neighborhood communities, but they're still geographically neighborhood schools around those elementary schools, right? We're just balancing the utilization of those spaces.
And doing something different with those buildings and providing other opportunities for schools of choice. And
that's right.
Okay.
That's right.
So I think the net zones talks about protecting those neighborhood schools and what's there. Now, if we have declining enrollments for elementaries in a certain area, you know, we would repurpose a building for a school of choice or an opportunity because it's more centrally located to kind of house that. We've not dived too deep, but those are the top level conversations we're having where, you know, we would repurpose the campus, but it would keep in-house and give us a good central location on another program or opportunity.
And I imagine what will bring you back is kind of a recommendation or a set of recommendations that say this particular facility is the one in this general geographical area that we recommend repurposing. And we haven't made any judgments about what the use should be. That's something we'll do later. But it'll sort of identify what we have to work with for schools of choice and other programs. I was going to say one other thing, and I forgot what that was now. I don't know.
I just want to add, I think that's why it's super important to involve our CFAC committee, because we talk about repurposing schools that have been in the community for how long. Students have grown there, teachers have lived there. I think it's so important. This is where I want that CFAC committee to come in. Like, these are students' homes. This is where students have thrived. So that's just what I wanted to say.
Absolutely. I think that's where some of the concern with community is coming, right? They hear declining enrollment. They know that their campus has, you know, a declining enrollment, and they've heard these conversations, and they're like, you're going to close my school and you're going to sell it and it's going to become this or that. And so I thought it was important that we talk about those neighborhood schools and how that's fundamental to, you know, what LISD is and our one LISD.
Yeah, I remember what I was going to say, but to segue to that, I think we're potentially redefining what the neighborhood is around a particular school because we need to do that. This is a forward-looking redefinition of what some of those neighborhoods will be. But we're not going to bring you recommendations that include selling a property or a particular disposition of a property. We're just going to say, we think this one could be repurposed or we could do something else with it, and then we'll decide what that is, right?
So, couple of thoughts though. When we use the word turn one off, it makes me think like we're looking more like a business type model, which would work differently. Of course, that makes sense. You'd move this corporation over to here, but I'll go back to that neighborhood school concept. If we're trying to redefine what a neighborhood concept is, I think that's important that we bring that back to a board and then let y'all go do the work, if that's where y'all want to go. And again, y'all are in the initial stages of the discussion, so I'll let y'all finish.
Yeah,
and
I
then
apologize if I'm confusing things. There's important semantics here. We're not changing the neighborhood school concept at all. We're just potentially redrawing the boundaries that define a neighborhood for a particular school. That's what we do when we rezone, right? It's the same thing. We're not talking about changing the concept or the commitment to neighborhood schools.
I know when we had this exercise after, was it December, the big exercise we had? I know that one thing that I had asked of this board was, can we define what a neighborhood school looks like? What does that look like to this board? What does that look like in the next 5 to 10 years? We know this area is going to change. Schools of choice are, going to come in. What does that look like for that neighborhood? So I don't know how we can incorporate that with the board, Laurelyn, but at least for me as a committee member, if we're going to set something this stable and 5 to 10 years, what we're talking about as a committee, I think it's important that this board has an exact definition of what we want as a neighborhood school, because this is essentially what is going to lead the way for Leander in the next 10 years. So just throwing that out there.
All right, board members, so this was an update. Let's go ahead and wrap up though, concluding remarks. I don't want to cut off the conversation. I think it is good conversation. I am estimating we have approximately an hour and a half to 2 hours of work, depending on other discussions. It's really good work we've got. We've got a lot of stuff we're going to talk about, but are there any other concluding remarks on this agenda item as we're wrapping up?
I wanted to add one. I apologize, Anna. When you asked me about the parameters, I didn't scroll far enough, so there was one more. I apologize. We did say that we wanted to be good stewards of taxpayer money, so I wanted to make sure that was in there. I apologize for not including that earlier.
No. Well, and I thank y'all. First of all, committee, thank y'all for doing this work. This is a lot of hard work. I think my hope or anticipation is that we don't define so much that CFAC isn't able to also do their good work and do their input where they feel like they have no statement and or buy-in into that process. And when we're talking about how do you decide a school has declining enrollment at what number, at what year, right? It might have declining enrollment 5 years out. So then is that something the CFAC discusses, or does that sit on hold and we watch it with our demographic report? Are we getting recommendations ready for the next 2 years? And so those are different timelines, I think. So it'll be interesting to see what y'all bring back. Just know this is all preliminary discussion. Teachers, please know we want y'all to stay involved, engage, and students. And I think we've decided the word turn one off is not one we're going to use again. And then timeline though, if to make sure our audience is listening at home, when would CFAC need to meet if this was going to go on bond in November? We've heard that deadline, so I just want to know, is that window closed before we leave this item, or how does that look?
So I don't have the absolute date in front of me, but I believe it was August 18th or 19th that the board would have to call. 22nd. August 22nd, the board would, if you desire to call a November election, it would have to be called by August 22nd. So then back up the work from there that the CFAC would need to do.
So I'll be bold and say that I don't think we have enough runway to effectively let a CFAC give you enough information to have really an adequate decision by August 22nd. That's my opinion.
I'd like to push on that a little bit. I think that the CFAC has done a lot of work. CFAC is ready to jump back in. I'd like us to consider it, at least have a discussion about it, based on some of the budget as well. I feel like so much of that is based on what happens in that I'd really like to see that happen in November if possible. But I do respect the process of the CFAC and think that that's an important piece. I'm just wondering if we could at least consider it, map that out of what that would look like, and have a discussion about that, because I'd really like to see that happen in November.
So I just want to back map from August 22nd. We start school, I'm guessing August 14th, somewhere in there. Yeah. Right, so that just gives you a time frame for the summer is a very difficult time to work with CFAC, just because people get disengaged over the summer. I'm not saying it's impossible, it just, there's a big chunk of time in there, and we're sitting at April 7th today. And so if the board is interested in a November election, then I would like to know sooner rather than later that that's something that we're working towards, because we need to get on that ASAP.
I think we should at least try, not just give up.
I'm definitely interested in a November, and I think, I mean, last time our CFAC met, they were meeting virtually, and I think there was a much greater participation. I don't know if we'd want to do that again, doing something virtually, but I think that we've kind of shown a lot of people are like, we can do this kind of stuff virtually, and even in the summer, people can participate if they're, if they're traveling and whatnot. But I just feel like so much of our budget planning is based on things that we're talking about for a bond, and I'd rather know that earlier rather than later, if that's going to happen or not happen. But that's one person out of 7. So I don't know where everyone else is, and if that's a discussion we want to have right now, or
I think we need to figure out if we need to get this like on a agenda item. We kind of need to give some type of soft direction of, do we want to continue to explore this? And if we do, that means that we're probably going to need something on our agenda and something kind of concrete at our next meeting. So if we're going to put something on the agenda, I need 2 or more voices. 2 or more okays on it, and that'll let us know at least we've got 2 voices that are wanting to explore this.
I would like to explore it only because our community is assuming we're going back to bond in November. That is, I mean, everyone is like, all right, I'm ready for this bond. And I'm like, wait, we're doing all this work over here. I personally, I know they're a committee, but I mean, we put together this amazing CFAC committee. These individuals in the community did a lot of good work. And I'm just trying, I think it's worth an option just to explore it, because I'm thinking we can, as our committee, long range, we can work side by side with this other committee. Again, I think it's worth just to explore it.
I was going to echo that, just hearing the community comments that we've had the last few weeks, that it's not just the Treviso community that's talking. I think there were a lot of people that weren't aware of the implications of the bond, and I think that thinking about it and moving forward, I think we need to talk about it for sure.
Dr. Gehring, can the administration at the next meeting just get us something that outlines kind of what this timeline or parameter might look, maybe pros and cons of what we're thinking of when we're doing this?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Board members, anything else before I conclude that item? All right, we'll move on to discussion of District of Innovation Plan renewal process.
When Dr. Gehring said calendar, I remembered I didn't have my calendar for this one, so I'm ready now. All right, so I am here this evening to talk to you about the renewal process for our District of Innovation Plan. So a little over 4 years ago, we went through this process, and I'm bringing it to you because our plan was a 5-year plan, and so in order to renew it by next February, we needed to get started on this process. So just a little quick history lesson. Back in 2015, during the 84th legislative session, the Texas Education Code was amended to establish the districts of innovation. And this allows districts to be exempt themselves from specified requirements in Texas Education Code. And a little interesting fact, over half the school districts in the state of Texas have become districts of innovation since 2015. So here was our plan history. So Matt Smith was here in this seat at the time, and he walked you through this process beginning in November of 17, when the board approved a resolution to begin to initiate this District of Innovation process. Over December and January, we had an innovation committee that was drafted. It was taken to DWIC for feedback. We had public meetings, and ultimately our Board of Trustees on February 15th of 2018 decided to approve the innovation plan, and it was effective for 5 years. There's a link here on the page for anybody who's watching at home. You're welcome to access that, and that has all of this history as well as our current District of Innovation plan. So the plan that was presented to you in February of 18, this is what it looked like. The goal was to allow Board of Trustees to have flexibility when considering the start date of the school calendar. Things that the group really wanted to consider were the vision and goals, really looking at balancing the semesters, making sure we were able to offer some rich professional learning for our staff, and then the plan would be effective for 5 years. So this was straight off the board presentation from February of 2015. So through Texas Education Code, there are many different allowable exemptions. I've listed just a few of them on the board. Currently, the only one that we allow in our District of Innovation plan is the first day of instruction. And so that's what we would be seeking again if that's what's of interest to the board. Our current plan lets us look at some flexibility when looking at the first day of school. Currently, according to Texas Education Code, the first day of school may not begin before the 4th Monday in August. However, our plan allows us to choose a date that's earlier than that if that's what the board would like. What this allows us to do, again, is to offer a graduation date that then allows our students to enroll in summer courses at institutes of higher education. It also gives us a calendar that can reflect the desires of our community. It lets us balance that fall and spring semester a little bit better and do some strategic placement of professional learning throughout. We recently adopted our calendar for next year where we have professional learning days throughout the calendar. So what the process would look like, it's very similar to the initial process. However, you'll see on the bottom there are 2 pieces of it that we do not have to go through. The board resolution and then the public hearing. Those 2 items are required when you're establishing your status as a District of Innovation. Once you become a District of Innovation, you do not have to repeat that. You're essentially just amending the plan. And so as long as our plan does not expire on February 15th of 2023, what we would need to do are those first 4 bullets up at the top. So we would post our plan online to get feedback for 30 days. We'd notify the commissioner and TEA. We would have a public meeting and get DWIC's approval, and then we would bring it to our Board of Trustees. So what would a timeline look like? So again, this is not our DOI plan is effective through next February, but in order to get ahead of this, what we were thinking is tonight we give you an update. We have our final DWIC meeting of the year on April 28th, and at that point we would select members to serve on the Innovation Plan Renewal Committee. In May and June, we would meet with those individuals to take our current plan, make suggestions, and make a revised plan for consideration. We would then post that plan on our website during the summer for a minimum of 30 days. We would bring that plan to DWIC when they reconvene in September in a public meeting to get their feedback and vote. And then in October, we could bring the plan to the board for approval. That plan would again be effective in February of 2023 when the other plan expires. That was a lot of information, but I know you got a lot on the agenda, so.
We've got a lot on the agenda. Board members, any questions? There is no change. We are doing the same thing. We're not adding any pieces.
Unless the board desires to do so, our plan is to move forward with the one exemption, which is the first day of instruction.
Okay, I'm looking at the board. That's it. We're gone. Okay, good.
All right. Thank you very much.
You did a great job on the agenda item. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to 8C operations discussion of the opioid crisis. Opioid.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gearing. We're here this evening to discuss the opioid crisis that is impacting our nation and our local community.
So we recognize that with any large-scale issue such as the opioid crisis, we need to come together as a community to work on solutions and our prevention efforts. And I don't know if our slides are going to pop up or. They are not. Okay. We can wing it, though.
All right.
Okay.
We see it in our book. Y'all can wing it. We're great.
So the purpose of this discussion is to inform our community that we're aware of this crisis, and we realize taking a proactive approach by educating students about the dangers of substance abuse and misuse, as well as implementing an unassigned opioid antagonist medication program will provide a layered approach of safety for our staff and our students.
And like I said, we recognize that with any large-scale issue such as opioid crisis, that we need to come together as a community to work on our prevention efforts and solutions as a community.
So I want to touch base really quick on what an opioid is for those that may not know. So an opioid is also known as narcotic or a painkiller. They're typically prescribed for people experiencing chronic pain or to control pain after a surgical procedure. A few commonly prescribed opioids are Oxycontin, Vicodin, morphine, and the one that's been making headlines most recently is fentanyl. So when a person is experiencing an opioid overdose, bodily functions slow down, which can impact their ability to breathe, which can lead to respiratory depression, brain damage, and even death. The next slide that I was going to show is just some information, a quick snapshot of the impact of the opioid crisis in Texas. Nearly half of all drug-related deaths in Texas are attributed to opioids. 15 to 24-year-olds make up 10% of all those deaths. Steve's going to talk about our education.
So for many years, Leander ISD, we've had our prevention education lessons that were taught around substance use and misuse. So in grades K through 5, the lessons are created at the district level and taught by our physical education teachers. At the middle school level, the lessons are taught by our student and family support team coordinator. So in elementary, these are our topics. So kinder and first, medicine and poison safety. Second, third, and fourth, tobacco, vaping, and alcohol. And then 5th grade, marijuana and vaping. So all lessons are developmentally appropriate for our grade level in which they are taught. In each lesson, we provide instruction on the impact of the substance on the developing brain and body. We also incorporate alternatives to substance use in healthy coping skills, refusal skills, if a student were to be offered drugs or alcohol. At the middle school level, we have 6th grade, we focus on vaping, 7th grade, alcohol and vaping, and in 8th grade, this is when we introduce opioids and marijuana. During the 1920 school year is when SHAC reviewed appropriate grade levels in curriculum for instruction regarding opioid addiction and the prevention of e-cigarettes and tobacco, and that would meet the requirements of Senate Bill 435. So based on that review, the subcommittee recommended Operation Prevention. So we use information from Operation Prevention, which was created by the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency and Discovery Education, and they recommended opioid instruction in the middle school years. Based on the review of the e-cigarette and tobacco prevention, SHAC recommended Catch My Breath e-cigarette prevention program. Students who are placed at LEO for a substance use infraction are also offered additional support for early intervention. So students who participate may be eligible for 15 days or to return to their home campus 15 days earlier than scheduled. So as part of this process, students are participate in an intake meeting which they assess their history of use. They also are provided a prevention education lesson as well as a minimum of 3 counseling sessions.
So to tack on to the intervention piece, in addition to education, an opioid antagonist medication is available called Narcan, and it can be administered to stop the effects of an opioid immediately.
Based on my research, the National Institute of Drug Abuse, there's minimal risk associated with the use of Narcan. It's not considered a controlled substance, and it has absolutely no street value. So keeping it in our clinics would be safe. They wouldn't be at risk of being taken. On a previous slide, the Texas Administration Code states school nurses are eligible to administer Narcan as long as their school district has a policy in place, a standing order in place, actually. I've collaborated with other districts within our region that have this program in place already, looked at their standing orders. I have been able to partner with a local physician that is ready and willing to write the standing order for us and support us in this program.
Excellent. And Tech, thank you for getting the slides up. And thank you all for doing such a great job. I mean, really haven't missed a beat. Thank y'all so much.
Our goal is to have Narcan in each campus clinic throughout the district. There's a Texas-based grant program that provides free Narcan for schools. Due to the high demand across the state now, at Leander ISD, we're currently on a waiting list with this program, hopefully to have that and be able to roll out this program beginning of the 2022-2023 school year.
Last one. So planning ahead, we want to work plan a series of parent and community events for the 22-23 school year and be held at each of our 6 feeder patterns, each of our 6 high schools, to include our nursing staff, counselors, administrators, community partners, and our parents. So that's what we're planning for next year. So we open any questions or comments.
So thank you so much for just kind of catching us up on where we're at and what we have in place. I think slide number 6 is very interesting to me because it talks about 6 and 7. It just talks about marijuana and vaping, and I think pills is a very different and new trend we're seeing. And I did go to a presentation, and it was like the officials and the drug enforcement agent, like they can't tell what's a original drug and what's a spoof drug or what's a clone drug and are sold from the black market. And so you're not really knowing what pill is laced with fentanyl or if it's a safe thing to take, which obviously it's never a safe thing to take. So just, I think a pill conversation with our students and kind of like it's never safe to take a drug somebody gives you, or I don't know how we kind of broaden that scope a little bit. But I think it's shocking to know like 7 grains of salt will kill you of fentanyl, and how quickly like you can go from having 3 children to 1 because they shared a pill. And so so some of the stories were just very sad, and I enjoyed being there because it showed me that we have community partners who are willing to step up and be a part of these forums with us. There was lots of police and fire departments and drug enforcement agencies that were there, and they would love to come and partner with us and give us those tools and kind of provide some different stats and some different perspectives. But so thank you so much for presenting and telling us kind of the baseline. I think we have some opportunities to expand on this curriculum, and I think the community forum is a great opportunity to really partner with our local police and fire and different health and mental institutes that will help us.
So we do review the lessons each summer so we can update and add more information on fentanyl and pills.
Thank you. I appreciate this information, and absolutely, I have those same concerns about how we're, how can we put these other pieces in there. I'm also curious. I know whenever we talk about vaping, alcohol, and we do this already through these TEKs, there are parents that are concerned that they don't want us talking to their kids about not using tobacco or marijuana because they don't want us to have those conversations with their child for whatever reason. They don't want us. I know when we do that Wear Red week type of thing, that's come up, that parents are like, no, these are discussions that I only have at home. I don't want you to have this conversation with me. Have we gotten any of that pushback at the higher at the middle school and high school level when we've tried to talk about, alcohol. And I'm wondering, are we going to have to talk about opt-outs and things like that because people don't want us to talk to their kids about not using drugs?
It's rare. It doesn't happen very often, but occasionally a student will not want to participate. Their parent will ask that they not participate, but it is rare.
We do have the ability for them to go through that process and things like that.
Yes, and I believe that before the lessons, I'm pretty sure that they send out information like we're going to teach
They
these
do.
lessons ahead of time.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
So what I wanted to add to that was I didn't see any content for high school. It seems to stop at middle school, and it is a risk in high school. So are there any plans to include high school in this?
So previous lessons were taught in 9th grade in the Profcom class, and so we are seeking other opportunities to get into 9th grade. As you know, with high school content, it becomes, everyone protects their content time. So we are looking for ways to get in. We always offer to meet with booster clubs and PTAs, and we like to do that as well. But getting in front of the kids, we're seeking ways to do that. Yes.
Or even like maybe self-paced training. I just feel like there just needs to be something for the high school rather than nothing. And also just to follow up on what I heard Alexis mention earlier was being more nimble with content, to be very reactive to what is new out there. So the fact that people can use Snapchat and social media, and even not just the pills, but also the vapes are also being, and other materials are also being tainted. So really getting that information out there, just go to a pharmacy with your parents or whatever it is, as opposed to all these strangers. And are there any other options? You mentioned the grant for the free Narcan. Are there any other options for free Narcan as well that might not have wait times?
Not that I've been able to find in Texas. I have talked with I've actually spoke with the Texas field director at Narcan.com who covers Texas. She's working with me trying to find a way to make it free and affordable, but at this point in time, she doesn't have a resolution for me.
And then, once again, going back to the content, I know you already have the content that you're using. Do you look at other sources out there to see whether there's something that's available that is more updated?
We look at it every summer. That's part of what our coordinator does. She looks at the content every summer to update, and that's why vaping is so heavy in here, because there was a big push to a few years ago to add vaping and e-cigarette content in. So we will continue to update that.
I just wanted to emphasize, I think the intervention elements here are no-brainer, right? I mean, that's why it's hard to find the drug right now, right? Because of the problem, and I think the reaction of our community and the support for the intervention steps you're recommending here. For me, the prevention, the education is really important, but I'm worried about the effectiveness of the current regime from a prevention education perspective. And the reason I say that is our survey data from our students tells us they know there's a problem. It's been going on for a number of years, and I'm worried that we're going the wrong direction. I have no data to indicate that except maybe the survey data. But I'm concerned about the effectiveness of our prevention education. I think some of the suggestions that have been made here are good. I think it's important to be nimble. Adding fentanyl to the conversation is critically important. And if we don't have curriculum or we don't have a program, we've got to find other means to get that information into the hands and the heads of our students so that they can protect themselves. So I'm particularly interested in the effectiveness and how we gauge the effectiveness of the education.
Are you saying surveys, or what do you mean by that? Because I worry about student or parent surveys about this.
It's already in our survey data.
Well, but I thought So you're saying you want more survey data or less survey data? Or more robust data? I'm not sure what you're asking for.
So the survey data is all I have to go on. I'm not suggesting there should necessarily be more or less. I'm saying the survey data tells me I need to ask more questions about this, and I need to understand directionally where we're going in terms of our students' use of substances and how it's affecting them. And I don't know the answers.
I really appreciate some of the action steps y'all have taken, getting ready to come speak before the board, that you partner with a physician in our community already that'll provide us with a standing order. I think that is a great next step. The fact that you are also working and your goal is to have Narcan on every campus as soon as possible. And I think based on the conversations and y'all's feedback, it doesn't sound like this is the only, if you know of another option, you will utilize that, but this seems to be the option that you're being directed to from the state, and I appreciate that. I also think the planning ahead is great. I think what you've heard from our board is that we look forward to seeing how that education is reinforced, doubled down, really helps our community, our students, and our parents as well. So we look forward to getting updates, possibly in a Friday memo. Does that work for the board, of kind of how these steps are going? Okay. Anything else?
I think it was Bluebonnet that was at the event I went to, and she was handing out Narcan, and so I don't know if she's a resource for us, but I know there was another gentleman who's willing to team up with us and has the resource, and some nonprofits that would be willing, even if it was like in the library, to set up and have time where they come and talk about these things on a high school campus, and they've got some curriculum and some websites. So I'll make sure to get you those resources that were sent to me, and so that y'all can take that on.
Thank you.
This is more of a comment. I love that the series of planning community forums, but like when I'm again going to the weeds, like what happens if you encounter a family who is dealing with this? Like, what does that step look like? Are we going to refer to a social worker? Refer to an agency? Like, those are what I'm kind of looking at. Like, if a family comes to you during one of these sessions and they're realizing, oh my goodness, my daughter's pencil is actually a vape or whatever, I don't know. I'm just like, what steps y'all have in place for those parents to reach outside support? What does that look like as far as what we can do to get those parents the support they need?
So that would be a referral to our student and family support team. Which drugs and alcohol is a part of that, because we know it goes together with all of the mental health pieces as well as the substance abuse are co-issues. And so that would be a referral. And if they don't want to work with them, we can work to help them find a resource in the community that would meet their needs.
Again, thank y'all for bringing us great information and update. We continue to look for more information. Thank y'all for helping us address this critical issue. So, awesome. All right, we'll move on to our next agenda item, 8C2, consider approval of capital project bond fund budget amendments. Board members, this is, I think it's on the agenda to vote on tonight.
Good evening. Yes, it is on the agenda to vote on tonight. It has been a few months since we've looked at an amendment on the bond funds, but we're presenting to you several projects that are complete or nearing completion. Some of these are ongoing, but we have received deductive change orders from contractors, so we do still have outstanding invoices. But right now, we're asking the board to close out a pretty good chunk of the 2017 projects, resulting in $25.4 million of budget savings. And so that would be moved to the project savings line, bringing the total to about $53 million in savings for the board to determine whether or not to use at a future point. So asking for approval to make these budget transfers within the bond funds.
And Elaine, this will end up going to the Bond Oversight Committee. Is that where those discussions land?
The use of the savings would land with the Bond Oversight.
Okay. Board members, any other questions, or I need a motion?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the amendments to the project budgets under the capital project bond funds to close out the $25.7 million in budgeted savings to project savings.
Second.
I have a motion from Christine, second from Sade. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We'll move on to the next item. Consider approval of external auditor for the 2021-2022 audit series. Board members, remember we did have this discussion at our last meeting, and this is on our agenda this evening for a motion to be adopted, or for some.
You handled that beautifully.
Okay. Any other updates?
No, this
Okay.
is just the engagement letter to actually get Whitley Penn on the work for the 21-22 audit.
There are no other questions. I need a motion.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve Whitley Penn to be engaged to provide annual audit services for the 2021-2022 fiscal year.
Second.
I have a motion from Christine, a second from Sade. If there's no other discussion, everybody in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Tripped myself up there, but all right, we'll move on to the next agenda item. Consider approval. Consider approval of new 8C4. Consider approval of new positions.
Yes, so I will point out that we had a replacement document and it actually replaced the original document instead of being added as an extra. But this item, we've had many discussions about moving the hiring and onboarding of substitutes back in-house as a service. And so in order to facilitate this, HR is requesting 3 positions to be added this year so that they can ramp up for hiring and onboarding those subs back as Leander ISD employees.
Board members, are there any questions about this agenda item?
So the document that is there shows $210,340, but the motion was $220 something.
You should have a new letter with the correct amount in it.
Okay, it's in the letter. It's
Yeah.
not outside the letter. Okay.
I just have one question, Elaine. This may be more for Carrie Lynn. Just wondering about how we transition and whether substitutes who have been enrolled with us through ESS, if we can bring them over easily into our own systems, or if they will have to reapply, or how that will work.
I see Carolyn getting
I'm
up
gonna phone
already.
a
It's like
friend.
cute,
Yeah.
and she just stood up. She knew.
Don't know exactly how they're going to handle that.
They have been very busy. I would like to thank Carolyn and the HR department. I know they've been working tirelessly on this issue, so thank you so much. And,
Yes,
if you want to give us an update.
I appreciate that. So the subs who were in the system previously were working to minimize the paperwork that they will have to do to come back into the system. We have some legal requirements like the I-9 and certain documents like that. We want to make sure we have updated contact information. They won't have to be re-fingerprinted, so there won't be that cost added to them. We'll be able to accept that over. So we're working with ESS to bring as much information over as we can into the system so it's as easy as possible for the subs to come back into the system.
Okay, thank you.
I also understood there were some interesting communications. I thank y'all so much for getting on that and getting communications out to add some clarity.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Board members, any other questions? Okay, then I need a motion.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve 3 additional new positions at an estimated annual cost of $210,340 to bring substitute hiring services back in-house.
Second.
I have a motion from Sade, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Board members, this brings us to the much-awaited agenda item of the budget update. I think we should take a 5-minute break, stretch your legs, go do jumping jacks, get the blood going. It's going to be, I'm sure, a robust conversation. So 5 minutes, we'll be back at 11 o'clock. Board members, it is 11:04. We are back in open session. The good news is that we're getting to budget items and it's not 1 a.m. It's just not as early as I wanted. But hey, it's not 1 a.m. So we're going to take that for the win and go ahead and start our agenda items here. Board members, I am not going to take additional time on the board debrief. Just know it's down there. You can go ahead and fill it out. We are using it and looking at it to try to improve the meetings. And we'll go ahead and turn it over to Elaine. Elaine, I understand we're going to start with is it 2021, 2022 budget projections first?
Yes, so if I may jump to 8C6, it will help a little bit when we move into the 22-23 budget update. Much like last year, we are now providing you 2 of the projections for where the current fiscal year will end up. One is with what we know for sure. And so I'll remind you that we did start the year with a $25 million deficit. We, under one scenario, are projecting to bring that deficit down to $16.4 million. And then the second version of this that you have includes our estimated hold harmless from the state for the decline in ADA in the fall. We're estimating that to be $7 million. The way that is working, TEA will calculate it based on our summer PEEM submission, and so we won't know that final number until after the end of our fiscal year. And then the other unknown is the receipt of the Wilco federal funds, and then we have the ability to use some more ESSER funds to shore up this year's budget. So if we factor those items in, that deficit could be pulled down to $4 million. And so I want you to remember those numbers as we move into the rest of the discussion. So I believe in January I told you I didn't see us getting anywhere close to a break even, and now that we do have hold harmless, that's more of a possibility.
That did change things. Elaine, Travis County, did we get CARES funds from Travis County?
No, we did not. Williamson County was one of the few counties in the state that shared their allotment with school districts.
That's really good, yeah.
So just for the record, can you tell us how many months of budget we have if we needed it in case something happened where we weren't getting any funds? It's where we have a 4-month or a 6-month. I just want to be clear for the community from earlier comments about what our operating budget balance, not the actual balance, but how many months we have that is sustainable.
So we started this fiscal year with $181 million in fund balance. I haven't done the math lately, but I think it's just between 6 and 7 months of operating. Our board policy requires 3 months in operating.
Thank you.
And on top of that, so on this document, it shows the 16 million for the year. But after hold harmless, after some of those other things, we can project that that's going to be somewhere around maybe 4 to 5 million.
Correct.
Wow, that's wonderful.
And a big part of this is because of the vacancies we've experienced this year, we've got nearly 18 million of savings in payroll. And so that's helping the situation.
Thank you, Elaine.
Hopefully the people who come to citizen comments also watch this part of the meeting, because this is where we actually talk about all of the numbers. So hopefully they're watching.
Well, Elaine, and I don't want this to get lost. I really appreciate, there's a lot of work that went into this. Thank you so much. And board, a lot of careful decision making that went into this as we move forward. So I think this is a success story. And I think we're going to be relying on your expertise to go, okay, I think this is something we can look at and go, yeah, this is not a bad place to be landing compared to what we were concerned about. But our next steps are also going to be like, okay, we also got to be intentional about those. So thank you for all your work.
You are very welcome. So with that, we'll move into the work on the 22-23 budget.
Are we all good if we close that agenda item, move on? Okay, going on then. Thank you, Elaine.
All right, so we've been talking about next year's budget for quite some time, and this is where we are now. So I'll remind the board that department and campus budget requests were due the Friday before spring break. We've totaled those up, and right now the budget request for non-payroll items are $2.8 million over our preliminary estimates. This includes $1.2 million to assist with instructional materials, and this is due to funding cuts at the state level for the technology and instructional materials allotment. That funding was cut by 60%, and so our need for textbooks did not get cut by 60%. And so looking at what we have left from that biennium allocation for this year and what the budget for next year is to replace or add materials, we're $1.2 million short. So we are still scrubbing that number as well as the $2.8 million overage, looking through budgets to see what we can trim and pull that number down some. The other discussion we have been having is cutting $7 million from expenditures this year, the following year, and the year after that. So 3 years of $7 million in cuts. For 22-23, we have identified $7.2 million in cuts. This includes reducing major maintenance by $1 million down to $4 million for 22-23. That fully funds the projects slated for that year. We are recommending at this time moving forward with about $4.5 million of those cuts. There's been some discussion about reducing cuts that are campus classroom facing, and so the difference between the 7.2 and the 4 are the items, and we'll be looking at those that are more classroom facing. So that takes us to the next bullet here. The board requests to limit that and to see options for more pennies, so we have looked at that. I'll remind you that as we're talking about 22-23, we're also focusing on future budgets as well. Since we last met, we have updated revenue estimates based on new information. Most of that new information regards the fast growth allotment, but also since our last meeting, the Williamson Central Appraisal District had an entity meeting, and we are now projecting in conjunction with TCAD values, which we have not had that meeting yet, that our local property value growth, the net taxable, is a 29% increase. Our assumptions were at 18%. And just to give you some ideas of what's going on in Williamson County, overall, our total market value in the district is increasing 52%. This is unheard of. The taxable value on those increases is $7 billion. So we're seeing tremendous growth in taxable values this year on the Williamson side. And so I'll remind you, TCAD hasn't released their numbers yet. They are coming later this month. By April 30th, both entities are to submit their certified estimated values, and then at the end of July, we'll get the certified values for the year. All right, so looking at the picture of the budget overall. So starting with 21-22, we're showing the $16 million deficit that we just talked about. Moving into 22-23, we started showing this number in December, a $35.7 million deficit for 22-23, and then we've been discussing how do we whittle that down through enhancing revenues and reducing expenditures. So you can see expenditure requests that we just talked about coming in higher, that increases that deficit. And then the $4.5 million of reductions. So the adjusted deficit at this point is $34 million. Slight revenue adjustment for 22-23, and then the board approved amending the assumptions to include revenues based on a 5-penny VATRE, which would be lowering the INS rate and increasing the M&O rate to keep the total rate the same. That would bring the deficit down to $13.6 million. Our 4% parameter is $15.9 million. So if we stopped right now, we could adopt this budget because it meets the parameter. However, we're still scrubbing and hope to bring that down even further. Because remember, everything we can trim now helps the future years. So what I want to point out here is for 23-24 and 24-25, you can see the line for budget reductions grows because that does assume another $7 million of cuts in each of those years. The adjusted deficit for 24-25 then becomes, I think that's $46 million, I can't read it. And then you see the revenue adjustments, but if you look at the deficits for both of the out years, they still exceed a 4% 4% parameter. The board approves the level of parameter each year, but assuming the same for this year, we would still need to cut more than the 7 million in each of those years. And that's not 7 million between the two, it's a total of 14 on top of what we're cutting this year.
It's also correct for us to assume, I know we have 16 in here and we just talked about that, but I'm going to repeat it. For each of those years then, as we look at those numbers, we can basically assume that that's 12 million less than that amount based on the 16 deficit that we're seeing this year, knowing that that's going to be between 4 and 5.
Right, so that affects your fund balance. So your fund balance wouldn't start as low as it would with the 16. And so just to point that out again, the 16 million is the worst case scenario. We know we're going to get hold harmless. We are still guessing at that number. It should be around 7 million. And then, as I pointed out, the current budget is within the 4% parameter, and then the 2 years of 7 million of cuts.
So just a quick update, question rather. So on the previous slide, you had indicated how the appraisal values was going to, the local property value growth that you were estimating is at 29% when the assumption was at 18%. So yes, I've gone through a whole bunch of school finance training that you've given, but I still hear like, I just received my Williamson County appraisal number and it's like ridiculous. And so why are you still talking about deficits? Just a quick.
So we're going to get to that. Yeah. The key to that is because values are going up doesn't mean we get additional revenue. All right, this is really tiny from where I sit, but this is the list of reductions that makes up the total of 7 million. This is the 3.5 million or it would be the total 4.5. The major maintenance is included here. But you can see from this list, a lot of these are basically low-hanging fruit. So the first one is, again, bringing ESS back in-house. That's a done deal. We're estimating savings from doing that of 1.2 million. The $1 million for the reduction in the transfer out for major maintenance projects. And then we have a redesign of bus routes. That's nearly $1 million. And so that would help with the vacancies that we have there by making the routes more efficient. Redesign of the 3-year-old pre-K program. We would be doing this whether there were budget issues or not. Right now we're estimating that at a $400,000 savings until we know exactly which campuses are going to have pre-K and how many FTEs that would save. And then you'll notice most of the rest of these are reductions in positions that are through attrition, meaning the position is vacant or will be vacated, and so those positions just would not be filled. These positions are all at the central office level or district-wide level, and so minimal impact to the campuses. And then you can see several operating budget reductions that would reduce department budgets. Then we have a list of reductions that would be campus-facing to make up the 7 million. On this slide, these are reductions that have been identified that we're not recommending moving forward with for this year. That doesn't mean these are not on the table for future years. And so these would definitely affect campuses and the classroom should these cuts be necessary. All right, so let's talk about these rising property values. So I indicated Williamson County values are increasing by 38% taxable value. What does that really mean to the district revenues? Because as you said, Sade, the general perception is my taxes are going up, you should be getting a lot more revenue. So I want to remind everyone there's two components of the total tax rate. There's the maintenance and operations side. This is the part of the tax rate that funds operations, transportation, salaries, utilities, supplies. These revenues are generated based on our student counts and our other entitlements. And when I say other entitlements, fast growth allotment, transportation, new instructional facilities, allotment for operating new facilities. If I take you back to January 13 workshop, and we had the JAR, and we had the students going into the JAR, that's how we earn our revenues. So those revenues are generated based on our students and their makeup. Revenue growth from taxes is held to a 2.5% increase under House Bill 3. So really, the question becomes how much of that entitlement, how much of the revenues that we should be entitled to, how much can the district fund with local property taxes? So remember that jar had different colors. So the taxes represented one color, and if the taxes don't fill that jar, then the state comes in and contributes. If the taxes exceed that jar, then you are sending those excess tax collections to the state in the form of recapture. And so your property taxes don't necessarily equate to revenue that the district keeps. So an increase in property taxes does not equal a proportionate increase in revenues to the district for operations. The other component of the tax rate is interest and sinking. On this side of the tax rate, revenue growth is linked to property value growth with no cap. So as these values are increasing by 38%, our revenues for paying off debt are increasing. So as you get more revenue, you are getting more than you need to pay existing debt. And so we're in the unique opportunity that because of these rising values, we've got more than we need on interest and sinking, but we're not generating what we want to keep on M&O. And so I'll remind you on the interest and sinking, those revenues can only be used to pay and retire existing debt. So even though we have an excess there, we can't use that for operations, we can't use it for teacher salaries, we can't use it to build facilities. It can only be used for debt. So let's talk about our budget needs going into the future. So teacher retention is a big thing. The governor has even put together a task force to determine and study how do we keep teachers in the classroom. Part of that is pay, part of that is the job itself. It's just become very tough. We're also seeing a need to increase wages for our hourly workers. You heard it again this evening. So right now we're looking at increasing the minimum pay to $15 for all hourly staff. Not only is it our teachers and our hourly staff, all staff are needing a wage adjustment. We have a shortage in substitute teachers, so you'll see in the compensation plan a proposal to increase the rate for substitutes. We're all seeing increased costs due to inflation. And then we have the implementation of the strategic plan. So how do we balance the strategic plan and not impacting the campus with these budget issues? On the INS side, we have rising property values that are generating additional revenues. So we've run several scenarios, and at 33 cents, we have the ability to pay the debt that is existing. We have the ability to pay debt early. We have the capacity to issue all of the remaining 2017 and 21 authorizations, which total about $200 million. That is a board decision. That has not been made. We have $167 million to determine what to do with. And at 33 cents, we have the capacity for $575 million in new authorization through a future bond election, which y'all are maybe talking about in November. Heart be still. Okay, and then the community impact of these rising property values. So assuming 10% increase in taxable value. So even though your market value might be going up 50%, taxable value is capped at 10% each year. Assuming the $40,000 homestead exemption passes in the election in May held by the state, and projecting our current tax year 22 school district tax rate, a homeowner with an average taxable value in the district would see an increase in their tax bill of $225. So how do we reduce the burden on taxpayers due to the sharp rise in property values? Right now, we're looking at a tax rate reduction of 0.0174 based on the compression under state law. Again, the May 22 state election to increase the homestead exemption is something that the community needs to be aware of. And then the community wants us to provide a quality education. So how do we balance rising property values with the needs on the M&O side that we just looked at with now excess revenues on the INS side? So I'll say it again. Rising property values create excess revenues on the INS side. So this provides an opportunity for us to really stand back and strategically look at how do we manage our tax rate in a way that we can provide a greater salary increase for teachers. So I want to pause here. The numbers that we looked at earlier, the $35 million deficit, that includes a 2% raise for all employees across the board. How do we provide tax rate reduction to the community? And how do we reduce the need for cuts impacting the classroom? So the management of the tax rate does require voter approval through a VATRE. Under state law, the district can ask for approval of up to 12 more pennies on Tier 2. Remember, that's a combination of golden and copper pennies. And we can look at those 12 pennies with the possibility of no increase in the overall tax rate through strategic management. So we have run scenarios on all 12 pennies, adding all of those to Tier 2 to see what that would look like. So our current solution to the budget is, as I showed you earlier, a $13 million deficit is where we're at right now. It does include the 2% pay increase for all employees. It does move the minimum hourly wage to $15 an hour. It provides an almost 2-cent tax reduction to the public. Our goal was to cut $7 million of budget cuts. We're at 4.5, and it is taking 5 pennies from INS and increasing M&O by 5. So a potential better solution, alternative solution, is of all those 12 scenarios, I just picked one. So this is the board's determination where you want to land. So I said, okay, if we look at the 9 penny scenario, under that solution, we would have a $5 million deficit going into next year. We would still do a 2% pay increase for all employees, but we could do a 3% for teachers, so an additional 1% if the VATRE passes. Still $15 an hour wage, a 6-cent tax reduction for taxpayers, $4 million in budget cuts this year, and that would be 9 additional M&O pennies. So what do the tax rates look like in this scenario? So our current tax rate is $1.337. Our projected rate, if we weren't talking evader or anything else, that reduction through compression would take our tax rate to $1.3196. When we were looking at 5 pennies under the amended assumptions by lowering the INS and increasing the M&O, we're still looking at that $1.3196, so no change to the total tax rate. If we looked at a 9-cent VATRE and 33 pennies on the INS side, the total tax rate would be $1.2746. And so this is where the benefit for taxpayers comes in. It's a benefit to the district because it gives us more money and the ability to pay teachers more. So these are the 2 tax rates that you could look at on a ballot in November. Again, this is for illustration purposes. I just chose 9 cents because it was in the middle of it. The board is to decide that. So to recap all of this, through rising property values, we have the ability to take INS to 33 cents, still fund existing debt, pay debt early, issue 200 in remaining authorization, have capacity for 575 of new authorization. It gives us the ability to seek more than 5 pennies, which is where we are now, which gives us the ability to give a total of 3% to teachers, and point out that nurses and counselors are on that pay scale as well. It delays campus-facing cuts for this year. and it's the ability to give taxpayers more than a 2% reduction. Okay, so what happens if the VADER in November fails? Well, this is where I'm going to paint a very bleak picture. So we're currently building the budget with $20 million of additional revenues based on a 5-penny VATRE. If that VATRE fails, that $20 million in revenues is lost. So the budget deficit would grow to $34 million from the nearly $14 million where we are now. That exceeds the $15 million, the $15 million budget parameter. So that would mean fund balance would be used, so it declines quicker. That additional 1% raise for teachers would not be possible, and we would immediately start implementing budget cuts for not only 22-23, but then 23-24 would be definitely back on the table. At that point, there is no way to avoid cuts that are going to affect the classroom. And so what that means, reducing FTEs across the district would lead to increased class size, restructuring of programs, and potentially eliminating programs that we just cannot afford anymore. So where does this leave us now? So next steps. The next big milestone for the board is adopting the compensation plan. So Carrie Lynn and her team are going to bring you on April 21st the proposed compensation plan, which includes a 2% increase for all employees. Again, the 15 minimum hourly wage for hourly workers, and then the language to provide for that contingent additional 1% pay increase for teachers, nurses, and counselors. The board is set to approve that compensation on May 5th. Then our next milestone is at the end of May, we would bring you a proposed final budget for 22-23. That is adopted on June 23rd. Legally, the board has to adopt the budget before they adopt the tax rate. So the budget would be prepared based on the 5-cent VADER that's in the amended assumptions. It would include the $4 million in budget cuts or any more that we identify between now and then. And right now that budget meets the 4% budget parameter. At the end of July, we will receive the certified property values, and then we will submit those to TEA. TEA will calculate our MCR and certify that by August 5th. And then we have a very short turnaround. The last day to trigger an election for November is August 22nd. And so between the 1st of August, the 22nd of August, we would need to publish revised notices of the tax rate. The board would determine at that date how many pennies to seek through a VADER. And so adopting a tax rate that exceeds our allowable tax rate by law is what's going to trigger that election in November. And then we would work between now and November to educate the public on why the district is seeking this election, and then election day in November. So.
I just want to clarify something. So in the current situation that the board has already approved, which we're going to bring to the board as an adoptable budget on June 23rd, we're decreasing the INS tax rate by 5 cents. We're increasing the M&O tax rate by 5 cents, and so that becomes a wash. But then the compression on the M&O side drops us almost 2 pennies. It's not quite 2 pennies. But the overall tax rate would drop by that almost 2 pennies. So because of the way the formulas work, the appraisal value does not affect the M&O side the same way that it affects INS side. So in that situation, we'll be getting slightly more money for the district on the M&O side, but significantly less money on the INS side, and then there's that compression on the M&O side as well. So that's in the situation that the board is currently approved. In the other situation which Elaine presented, which is the 9 pennies, the district will actually be getting less money overall. I want to be very clear about that, because we'd be dropping the INS tax rate significantly, and then by 13 pennies, and raising the M&O tax rate only by 9 pennies. So there's an overall tax rate drop of the 6 pennies when you include the almost 2 pennies of compression that's going to happen on the M&O side. So the district will be receiving overall less taxpayer dollars than we are in the current situation. That's what allows us to drop that overall tax rate for our taxpayers. What we're doing though is providing more capacity, more of that revenue that we have on the M&O side, to make sure that we can do the things that we really, really need to do in order to support our staff and make sure that we can meet the needs of our students. So I just want to clarify that.
And can you remind me, there was a discussion as to an efficiency audit. Was that required for something else or this?
So the efficiency audit is required when you hold a VADR. We have a year of exemption because the governor declared the statewide disaster with the ice storm. And so we do have an exemption from that, but the board can go ahead and request that. That is something that we will bring to an agenda item very soon, because if we do want to go through that efficiency audit, we're estimating that to cost about $20,000. We would need to get Whitley Penn to get working on that, because there is a timeline by which that has to be completed.
Okay, and when you talk about the increase in compensation, does that include, is Carolyn also bringing a change in the actual compensation structure? Like, for example, or is it just a 2% from where people are right now?
So the last version of that I saw had several scenarios, a 2% for everybody, and then there was a scenario with 3% for teachers, nurses, and counselors, and 2% for everybody else.
Board members, I know compensation is something that we've been talking about for some time, and we know workforce is gonna need more than one solution potentially. We're gonna need to look at several different things we can do to help our workforce. I'm looking forward to Carrie Lynn's discussion on compensation. I want to be careful to not get too far. I know there are going to be tons of questions. I would like to see that, you know, how are we doing? Teachers is the best way to pay our teachers if they want to make more money in a classroom is to move them out of a classroom. How do we pay teachers more in that classroom and provide them incentive to stay put? We've talked about hourly wages. We've talked about our substitute teachers. We saw we'll get something there. So I'm looking forward to those robust conversations. Is it fair enough to say, Elaine, that you could answer limited questions, but not too much as far as the compensation plan this evening?
I don't want to get out of my lane, so I'm going to save that for Carrie Lynn.
Perfect. And that'll be at our next meeting, right?
Yes.
So let's save those. And then the efficiency audit, I just want to follow back up on that. I recall last time we mentioned there are several components we do in our current audit that may almost be duplicative. So when you bring us an update on efficiency audit, I'd like to know what we already have in place that is providing, and what extra, what's the benefit we get from that.
I just want to say, wow, I know at the last board meeting, I asked, what does it look like with more pennies? And I just want to say thank you to you and your team for giving us all of the versions of 5 pennies, 6 pennies, 7 pennies, 8 pennies, 9 pennies, 10 pennies, 11 pennies, 12 pennies, and showing us what that means. I really appreciate that. And I also think being able to show us all of those scenarios and also listening to us, that it's really important not to cut this year any student-facing positions. I think knowing that this year has been basically a very traumatic year on our campuses, I think we really can't assess where that can happen given this year. You know, we had people out for a long time with COVID and quarantine, and just it's not the year for us to make those type of decisions. So I'm immensely grateful for the work that y'all did. I can't imagine how y'all pulled this together in 2 weeks, but thank you very much for giving us all of this information.
She worked her Elaine magic, I told y'all. I just want to, same thing Gloria said, thank you. You met with all the board members for, I think Christine and I for an hour and a half. I don't know how long y'all all met, but thank you for taking the time out of your day, your team, meeting with us and explaining. But most importantly, like Gloria said, I'm just saying, this is pretty amazing, Elaine. You made some magic work, and most importantly, I mean, tax rate possibly reduction, more pay for our teachers. I mean, in a credit year, can't get any better, I feel like. So thank you.
So I just want to say that's not all me. So I have an amazing team that runs numbers for every possible way I come to them. So it's not just me, it's my team.
Board members? When I look at this, what I see you and your team's done is they've taken comments from all the board members and all the discussions of, we wanted to keep a fund balance. We want to make sure we are, addressing debt. This lowers tax rate. I've heard us talk about tax rate. I've heard us talk about forward-facing classroom positions. We've talked about how do we raise staff. I don't think it answers everything we want to out there. There's only so much you can do, but I do see a way forward to be responsible with taxpayer resources, to use them wisely. We're still going to have to look at being streamlined, efficiencies made. You already showed us some of the reductions we'll have to make. We'll have to make other reductions in the future based on what we're seeing, but this is a solid place, I think, for us to be in to go forward with those. And I really do. I like the tax rate decrease for our taxpayers at $1.27. That only helps, taxpayer, that helps all your taxpayers. That helps your parent taxpayers, your non-parent taxpayers, your community taxpayers, your teacher taxpayers. So.
All right, I'll let you be final then. I expressed some concerns in our conversation yesterday where I first saw this, and I still need a little time to digest things. But everything in the proposal is premised on adjustments to the INS rate and the INS repayment schedule and the future bonding on the INS side of the budget. And I'm a little concerned that we're potentially hamstringing or handcuffing ourselves a little bit too much on the INS side. While we do have some capacity in the near term to pay down debt, we may also be sunsetting that capability as we issue new debt, and we may only be able to sustain the current debt payments, and we won't be able to continue to pay down debt. We have a very high debt ratio still, and I'm concerned about giving away too much of our leverage on the INS side of the equation here. So I got to process some things and look at some tweaks to the proposal before I feel very comfortable with it. I think we may be overreaching slightly. The other important element in our assumption set here is around AV growth. We talked about this a little bit in our conversation yesterday as well. 29% is not only historic, it's ridiculous. For a district our size, to grow at 29% year on year is shocking, and we should be just a little bit cautious about what the following years will look like. I know Austin's a hot market. I know everybody wants to be here. I know there are lots of reasons why it might continue, and there are also reasons why it might not. And I don't want to be gloomy, and I'm not predicting that's how it's going to turn out. But I think we got to leave ourselves some escape hatches, some outs. And I worry that we may be tying ourselves to some of those assumptions in a way that if reality reverses on us a little bit, we could be in some difficult positions. So I want to be very thoughtful about that. I don't want to overreach. Directionally, like I said yesterday, it makes sense. I think we need to make some adjustments. I'm concerned at the moment about exactly where this recommendation lands, and so look forward to working through some of those concerns.
So the comment I have on that is that for subsequent years, she has this year at 29%, next year at 12%, and then the subsequent year at 8%, and then 0 from that point on. So it's not like it's just 29%. And also, when it comes to moving, you said it's a board decision to move pennies from M&O back to INS. And does that handle some of those concerns?
And just to clarify, not moving, but the board is to set the INS rate each year on what is necessary to pay debt. So if the bottom did fall out in a future year and 33 cents didn't cover it, the board sets that rate without voter approval. The voters approve the bonds when they're issued. The board sets the rate. The M&O rate, you don't have that luxury.
Yeah, and I guess fundamentally, transparently, that's the concern, right? Is if we cut this so close and things don't turn out the way that we hoped, we're going back to the taxpayers with a tax rate increase so that we can pay for our debt. I don't want to do that. We've managed our INS for a long time with a commitment, maybe not explicit, but certainly understood with our community, communicated numerous times with our community, that we're managing the debt for the long term in a way that we only anticipate that rate coming down over time. And I don't want us to be in a position where we might have to go back on that.
Paper, scissors. I was just going to say in regards to the to debt, I agree. We want to be intentional. I think the board has made some very intentional decisions, and they have put the district in actually the solid footing, I would say, we are in some of the places we've reduced our cab debt. I think that's a good thing. I also want to be careful because, yes, if the bottom falls out, even if we don't do anything, if the bottom falls out, you would still potentially be looking at what you have to do for a tax rate. That doesn't change that scenario. If a bottom falls out, a bottom falls out. I do think that I want to think about, and we'll continue to noodle, some of the bond debt, when you look at the way the legislature envisions it, and the way the legislature and the intent of language is when we go out and we ask for a bond, we're supposed to be asking for a tax increase. That's how you pay for it. Your community knows. That's why it says this is a property tax increase. And I think we've been kind of swimming upstream for various reasons, but I think it adds clarity to our community and transparency. When we go out to future bonds, that is the step we'll say is, yes, this adds X amount. Do you want to do that? So that will happen at some point if you go over that 555 million. So that's something we need to think about too as we're talking about a VATRE and going out for the November bond election. We might have to, when we have this discussion, get our VATRE, have that discussion, get that in place, and then talk about what a bond looks like for our community, so that we're thoughtful, we're intentional, and we're transparent on what those next steps look like.
I think that given the tax rates, I think it's dangerous to continue overtaxing our community at the rate that we're at. It's dangerous to continue overtaxing at that rate. And I think even more, it's dangerous to not do whatever we can right now to increase the base wage of our hourly employees and do whatever we can to take care of our staff right now. I'm all for paying down debt at a faster rate when you can. It's like, you got a mortgage, and you get a bonus, and you pay double, you pay triple. Not if it means I'm not gonna buy any groceries this month, And right now, we're in an economic crisis with public education. We have got to pay our staff more. We know what interest, I mean, we see apartment rates, we see housing. We've got to do everything we can. It's dangerous not to find ways to take care of our staff right now, today. It's dangerous to continue taxing our community at this rate. So I know that a lot of this it's scary. You know, it's a big jump in tax rate, but I think looking at where we are with M&O and INS and what we're looking at those appraisals, we have the opportunity to decrease that tax rate to our community and increase our hourly base wage and give a 3%. Come on.
Yeah, again, I support the direction. I'm talking about some of the details and the finer points here to make this a little more flexible, or to ensure that we don't run into an unanticipated consequence if we can avoid it. The last thing I'll say is this is also going to have to get past the voters in order to be effective. So we need to be very judicious about what we put in front of our voters, and we need to be able to justify it. I anticipate, based on voter turnout from recent elections, that we'll see somewhere between 2 and 3 times as many voters as participated in the bond election. That's a lot of people to convince. So we got to make sure that this is really tight, really bulletproof, and you know, if you can get my support on it, that'll help get it voted, right? That'll help get it passed. So I'm just saying I want to work together to try and get this in a position that I think we can all sell to the community.
So I just want to point out something on that, because I appreciate all those comments, Aaron, and we are looking at what, if we push the model and there was 0 property growth, where would we need to be? But I just want to point out, in the last 2 years, Arlington did a TRE with a 9-cent increase on their tax rate. It passed. Fort Worth did one for 11 cents, or for 11 cents, it was a 9-cent increase. It passed. Mansfield did one for 13 cents. It passed. Communities support their schools. So our job is to put a package together that the taxpayers will support and do understand. And by God, if Mansfield, Arlington, and Fort Worth can do it, so can we.
So just a final comment that's not entirely related, but in this whole process, we've been talking about a lot of things that we will be doing going forward, and a lot of things that are on our list of $4.5 million in cuts. So 2 things that are really important that are not on that cut list right now are early college, high school, and our virtual academy. And so because of the time sensitivity of both of those programs, we are going to be moving forward to opening early college, high school in August in conjunction with ACC. And we are going to be continuing for next year with our virtual academy. In the additional piece of the virtual academy is we really want to make sure that as TEA continues to have conversations around virtual academy and what that looks like statewide, we want to make sure that we keep our options as open as possible. So I just want to let you know that. Thank you.
All right. That'll go ahead and close that rousing discussion. Robust, I think, is what we said it would be. Thank you, Elaine, for all the work and all the information. I am sure board members will be reaching out to you. And tonight was just about probably generating more questions. So we look forward to more updates from you. With that, we can move on to our other agenda items. Maybe we can just take them all at once. 8C7, monthly financial report. 8CA, monthly tax collection report. 8C9, the monthly bond status report. And 8C10, the monthly investment report. Is there anything in there that you would point out?
Nothing to point out. Those are your standard monthly reports.
Trusting everybody got to look at that. Do you have any questions to ask for Elaine? All right. Thank you very much, Elaine. We'll go ahead and move on to the next item of our agenda. We made it to closed session, y'all. And as we're walking in closed session, because I know I won't get y'all when we come back, don't forget to do the bullet point over there, the continuous improvement tool. All right. It is 11:54. Oh, we just made it under the wire. For purposes permitted by, we're going to close session. For purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and/or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation regarding resignation, terminations, employment, reassignments, duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel, consideration of term, probationary, non-Chapter 21 employment contract renewals for administration, teachers, and other professional educators, and superintendent evaluation update. There will be no actions in closed session. We'll all come back out to open for any actions. All right, board members, it is 12:09 and we are back in open session. Actually quicker than I anticipated, so yay y'all. It was really good work tonight. Thank y'all so much for all the great questions and discussion, and we are ready for any action from closed session. Is there a motion?
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for probationary term and non-Chapter 21 for administrator contract renewals as presented in accordance with salary scales, policies, and contracts of Leander Independent School District for the 2023 school year.
I second.
I have a motion from Sade, a second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2022-2023 school year.
I second.
Motion from Sade, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
I second.
Motion from Sade, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. That concludes all the items on our agenda for this evening. Thank you, board members, for the board meeting. Good job. Meeting is adjourned.